The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
We're back for day 2 of the challenge season for Call of Duty Mobile in NA, where our top 8 teams in the region continue on their journey to see who is the best of the best, who will make their way through to challenge finals, and of course, who will make their way to the COD M World Championship 2024. Last week, we saw the start of what Group A will bring to the table, and now it's time to see what Group B can do. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are about to kick off day 2 for North America here in Call of Duty Mobile, and it's going to be exciting to see what a new group of teams can bring to the table here in our competition. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your host. We got to get the boys in here as well. We're going to be walking you through all of the action here today. We've got Infinity and we've got Proper ready to go. Day 2 of the challenge season, new region after we just wrapped up EU over the last 2 days, Brody, and now we've got to see what North America could bring to the table. Brody,
I'm muted? Why am I muted? What the hell? Hello. I wasn't here last week. I was really sad about it. I'm here this week. Time for North America. And I know this week is going to be good as well, because we've got a really stacked group ahead of us. It's going to be a good time.
I mean, you were here last week, Proper, so we got to see how everything was going to kick off for the region. And now we've got 4 new teams to kind of set the stage for themselves. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Oh, absolutely. I think Group A last week kind of let the dust settle. The simple fact that status quo needs some competition, and that's going to be coming through today's group, through all of Group B. So still a chip on their shoulder for North America, looking to see how much improvements they can truly have for themselves, especially with World Championships looming in the distance.
Now, if you guys at home are just joining us here for the first time and realizing that it's day 2 and you missed last week, or you want to keep up with the rest of our challenge season here for NA, just follow along on social media. Okay, we've got X, Insta, and Facebook. As long as you're following there, you'll get all of the updates related to the SPS, and that way you won't miss a single second of any of the action that we've got going on here, whether it's this region or any of our other regions. And you can, of course, join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and continue to get all of those updates. Let's talk about what happened last time around, though. We'll take a look at the bracket. Obviously, we did Group A, okay, last week, and we did the first 2 upper bracket matches and then the lower bracket matches. Today, we're in the Group B bracket. We're doing the same thing all over again, but 4 different teams on the table here. It's going to be Nexus versus Hydra and Tribe Gaming versus Hype Mobility, Brody.
Yeah, so just a couple of changes from Open Finals for you guys who watched that tournament. Hydra are now on the board now. That's the former Poyos Locos roster. That's going to be a really good matchup versus Nexus. And then we've got Hype Mobility, who are the former Aura team, both of which qualified via Open Finals. Honestly, this group is stacked. I love this group so much. You've got Nexus versus Tribe, of course. That feels like it should be the inevitable final matchup for this group. And of course, you've got Hydra in there as well. I don't think we should discount those guys just yet. Still feels like there's real potential for upsets here.
Yeah, absolutely. And these teams have had a little bit of time since Open Finals to really work on their gameplay here, and also the opportunity to watch what that Group A bracket was bringing to the table. And don't forget, everybody at home, as we're looking at this bracket, it is double elimination. So whichever of our teams lose in the first 2 matches here today will then have another opportunity to play one more time before they are fully eliminated from the competition. And then whoever wins will, of course, move on, staying in that upper bracket. We currently have 8 teams in our challenge season. Only 4 can make it to challenge final. So that's what we're working to whittle down right now. And it'll be an exciting day, to be sure, especially with some of the recognizable faces we have competing here today. Now, before we get into our matches, we're doing this. If you guys are new here, you'll see a QR code pop up on your screen. Scan that. It'll bring you over to a survey. Fill out that survey and let us know your thoughts on all things Snapdragon Pro Series, what you love, areas you think we could improve. We want to hear from you guys, your thoughts on everything we've got going on here so far. And if you do that, you'll be entered in to win a $100 gift card. It's nice and easy. You can do it right on your mobile device. Takes 5 minutes, and we'd really appreciate that so we could get your thoughts on everything that we've got going on over here. But you saw a bracket, okay? This is now day 2 of the challenge season. So we're in the thick of everything. It's time for our first match of the day. This is going to be a really fun way to kick things off too. You said it yourself there, Brody. Nexus versus Hydra. This should be a close one.
Yeah, it should be. Nexus, again, this one of the new super teams built for this season. You'll recognize a plethora of names from Seminole, Rejects, Mayhem from last season, all of which were stellar teams and all of which encompass stellar players. This is one of the rosters to watch in the North American region, and by that, surely they should win this match. Here's a look back at, I believe this is their record so far this season. It appears they have not lost a map yet, but whether or not Hydra will be the first team to take it away from them, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're the predecessors of Mayhem on top of Rejects, right? This is the team on the opposite side of the coin for a team that has a lot of vanity behind them that we'll talk about later on today that was made to win championships. The team looking to upset them, though, Hydra, as Brady had already pointed out earlier, through open finals, they were playing underneath Pollos Locos, which I'll be candid, thought was a much better name to say, at least out loud. But at least this roster is coming from the Mexican region. They do have time spent together. Of course, you do have representation from a team that did play underneath called O Killer that did place top 7 in between Fixo and Just. A couple individuals did play on that Undream roster that also got top 6 in LATAM SPS Season 4. So there is a recipe here. Are they going to find much success? I'm not too sure. We're all learning as we're going along. But these guys have already tasted what it feels like to be in this stage of at least a different region. Now they're going to get their mettle tested going up against a championship caliber team of this Nexus roster.
Yeah, the addition of Mexico into the North American region this season has been really fun. We also got to see last week, obviously, what Oris Esports was able to bring to the table in our competition. So like you're saying, Pollos Locos was a fun name, although I do have to argue that the new logo for Hydra is definitely more intimidating than what we saw last time around. So I think I'm on board with the new logo, but maybe we can put it back to the Pollos Locos and see if we can get the levity back in here. Now, obviously, the next step of the puzzle will be those map picks, but we're still waiting on our players to finish that, get those through here in just a couple seconds. But based off of what we saw last time around on day 1, but just also in general from all of these teams all the way back to open finals, hoping that we can get a little bit of variety out of these teams here, Brody, because we saw that as we even made it through EU, our team started trying some of those newer maps that we mentioned a lot during open finals and started to find some real success on them.
Yeah, I think teams are already starting to get comfortable with the new maps, although I will say there were a couple that they seem to not really want to play just yet. We haven't seen a hell of a lot of Kurahana for whatever reason. We don't really see Seaside beyond the one, and I think the one Seaside map that we've seen this season is probably an indicator as to why we haven't seen it. So yeah, there's a couple though. I think we've seen a lot of Hackney Yard, which obviously makes my friend here to the right very, very happy. Andy loves a good Hackney Yard hardpoint. But that's really the only map I think that we've seen that's like, hey, it's being reintroduced. This is what these guys are experimenting.
We'll pull up the picks and bans, see what we got here. Andy, you look like you couldn't be any less excited about a Hackney Yard if that's what we get here. I know I'm sorry, a big fan of it, and it's the first thing that we're going to be watching here, whether you like it or not, proper. So here it is.
For the record, when Brody said his friend on his right, I don't think he understood that technically Lauren is on his left, the way that this whole screen is generated.
I said right.
Lauren says she enjoys a very good Hackney Yard. That is true. Hackney Yard, again, is a stapled map mode combination we had back in MW 2019. And the reason being is that it's a wrench in the system, right? And I think that if this Hydra roster is looking to almost kind of test Nexus in a way, you got to try some of the newer maps. Maybe catch them off guard. You can win the foot race to P2. More often than not, it's a guaranteed full 60, though the way we play here in COD Mobile, obviously specialists, operators, everything is going to be utilized, including the kitchen sink thrown just to try to break that, but still a very difficult one to break nonetheless. Very interested to see the Tunisia search and destroy. I think this Nexus team is going to be pretty good at that, go figure, but I think the Arsenal control could definitely throw another good wrench into the system, and then Hacienda Express should need be. Just some good old stapled maps to close out the specified map set. But I like this map number 1 coming through for this Hydra roster. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we catch Nexus a little off guard.
Brody?
I like it. I'm for once I agree with Andy. I don't know what's going on. Maybe something's the war. Maybe ill tea that I've been drinking all day is making me feel weird. Yeah, I agree with you, mate. I do think Hackney Yard's a good pick here, although it should be said Nexus are the team to pick it. So an interesting map set. I will say, I don't know what's going on. It's like every single COD Mobile map set we've been getting recently has just been Hacienda or Express in every single one. These teams are really loving Express. And no fire and range. Fire and range seems to be phased out a little bit more recently, for whatever reason.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit before we started the show here today, how we've seen the transition into new maps, whether that's because we've got new map mode combos for this season or the addition of the new maps entirely. In both regions, we've watched our teams kind of figure out what is working for them a little bit better here in season 5, and it's been really interesting. Now our match is just a few minutes away from getting ready to go, so chat, this will be a good time to ask you your thoughts on this as well. We've gotten to hear from our casters a little bit about their thoughts on analysis side of things when it comes to these picks on behalf of our squads, but I want to know who you think is going to be winning the first match here of day 2. This is the first match obviously for Group B as well, so will it be Nexus or will it be the newly named Hydra squad who will be taking this home to start things off? One more reminder, whoever does lose, don't worry, they'll get knocked down to the elimination bracket, so they're not out of the competition yet, but later on in the day, for match 3, we will be eliminating a squad. So if you want to see how that goes, stick with us throughout the entire day and you'll see which team will be one of the first to go out. Same thing happened last week in Group A as well, and we'll continue on the competition from there. But now that you know the lay of the land, it should be about ready. I'm excited to see what we can do for the first match of the day here in Group B. So Brody, Proper, let's get into it.
Alrighty, first match of the day, first match of Group B. It's Nexus going head-to-head with Hydra Esports. Now, it should be said here that Hydra did have a taste of what it's like to take on a top team in North America in the Open Finals. That was a matchup against Tribe Gaming. Now, you could argue Tribe, maybe they're a little bit better than Nexus, or maybe they've been doing better in scrims, but I mean, looking at that matchup, it didn't go well for Hydra. I think it's fair to say it was a Summit hard point that was relatively competitive, but when they got into the search and destroy, they got destroyed. So does that mean anything for this series here, Andy? Does it change things a little bit for Nexus?
I don't think it does. Not at all. Again, I think this is a David versus Goliath situation if we've ever ridden one. Look, you can have as much time spent together, but when you're going up against a top team, especially when you are thinking about the likelihood of Tribe, not to mention how on the other side for Nexus, they have played at the I guess the peak of NA COD Mobile for quite some time, so they already understand what it feels like to play at that pace. So they're not going to get caught off guard when they inevitably do end up facing Tribe, not only just in this stage alone, but then potentially what is later on down the horizon. But I think this is another good step for this Hydra roster to be able to, again, kind of reassess themselves a little bit, go back, rewatch that VOD. Maybe their scrims have been gotten a lot better. Maybe they got some confidence towards the end of that Open Finals as well, whatever was in between then and now, to be able to come into this match with their heads held high. Because as I already pointed out, we were looking at that best of 5 map set, albeit Nexus's map #1 pick, when you are thinking about long-term, trying to make all the way to the World Championship, when you're even trying to make it to next week, when you're probably going to have to face Tribe, depending on what happens in these 2 best of 5s to start off today, you're probably going to need a more bolstered map set. And what better way to try to test out some of these new map mode combinations than real lifetime practice here in the finals bracket to be able to then go on to the next stage and might not feel a little bit more confident on Hackney Yard. Could throw a wrench in the system versus any top team across any region.
Yeah, I think they are certainly an underdog team, right? And again, I think the only thing that kind of adds an asterisk to that conversation for me, you already mentioned it, right? You talk about the composition of these players last season in the LATAM region. And honestly, they didn't do that well, right? I mean, we're looking at an Undream roster that plays 6th, an Oculus roster that plays 7th, and it doesn't bode well when you're going up against a mixture of players that for the most part did get top 3. Obviously, Mayhem, technically speaking, finished 4th last season thanks to a DQ. Guys, we don't need to talk about it too much. But they did get disqualified. And you're also looking at a Rejects roster, right? That obviously made it all the way towards 3rd. So, or technically 2nd again with that DQ. But nonetheless, it is still important to note you're facing one of the top teams in North America. It's going to be really, really difficult. And it does, as you said, feel like a David versus Goliath scenario here between these 2 teams. So we're hoping to get into the match here in just a second, guys. Just going to address this now. I know that people in the YouTube chat are going to be like, look at these guys speaking Japanese, talking about yapology, doing all these yap words, okay? This is what we do. We're film masters, mate. We just talk rubbish for a while. That's all we got to do here. But I'm very excited for this matchup, Andy. It is going to be a really good one, I think. I think if there are any is going to be any match today that I think is going to give us a close one, if there's any potential whatsoever, it's surely good at this one, right?
I don't know. I have reasons to say otherwise, but I'm sure
between this one and the next one, right?
Yeah. I mean, in between our opening first two matches, yeah, this one could be closer, and I say just marginally could. Again, when it comes down to it, we don't know what the skill ceiling truly does look like for a lot of these LATAM teams, and even for the Mexican region being adopted into the North American region here for COD Mobile. What their skill ceiling even does look like. I mean, there's been so many different times that we talk about it on a global stage that a lot of teams that do have a lot of time spent playing in the LATAM region end up going up against North America and actually pair up pretty well to them. This is a conversation we've had ever since back in 2022 World Championships, even before last year when we were there at DreamHack. It's something that is always a coming of an age story to be able to see the pace, because these guys are just confident. They always play with the confidence, no matter the esport or sport that you're talking about. It just kind of comes almost like a perk within their pool, if you will. But without further ado, enough Japanese here between me and Brody. Map number 1, Hackney Yard, ready to get going. And again, I'm just excited to be able to see this Nexus roster, because again, when you think about teams that were basically put together to be able to play on a global stage, they should walk into this with their head held high, knowing that they're the better team. I wouldn't be upset to see them completely wipe the floor if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we have to imagine here that we're going to be favoring Nexus going into this matchup. That being said, right off the start of this game, Hydra are the ones that come out in commanding control of P1. And Anna, we always talk about kind of rotations here, how important rotation towards P2 is. Let's talk about that for a moment, because we've talked in the past about how P2 on Hackney Yard hardpoint is arguably the most important rotation you can make on any hardpoint across COD.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It just comes down to a lot of these hard points, the way that Hackney Yard is set up. It becomes very difficult to try to break. I mean, especially with the meta that we currently exist in when it comes down to COD Mobile, R9 shotguns, not to mention all the artillery that you have at your disposal. Just be able to hold these close corners, P1 as scrappy as you would like it. Again, everybody's battling for what you see on the left side of the mini-map. Currently in possession for Hydra. They got numbers on the better side of the map, but a spawn out did occur. Nexus knocking at the door for P2 rotation.
Yeah, P2 rotation is still in control right now. I was going to say for Nexus, there's one player still hanging about, though. It's used towards the backline here that needs to be dealt with. Kings, I think, is going to identify that, looking for the kill, and then we'll take Use down. So a moment of calm here as the next hill will pop. Fixo trying to use the smoke to get through. He's going to get shut down there by Jez. Keep an eye on the players that do manage to keep on getting through here. Saucy, there's another one that does. Going to get shut down. And now I'm curious as to what the setup looks like here for Nexus. They are constantly under pressure towards that left side. They don't have anything towards the useless car as well. This is not as solid of a setup as you would like if you're a Nexus.
No, it sure is. And I mean, you're trying to get more space out from this tire shop. And as you're trying to do so, you're just walking to the irons that are being held by Hydra. But luckily enough, some trades do come through, so you can still try to keep it contested. Rafa's going to be able to at least find that trade on Noisy, so he's able to at least contest this time with an R9 shotgun. Reinforcements have now come through the wings, and Nexus should be able to hold on to the rest of the scrap time. You got to start thinking about rotation if you are Hydra at this point in time, because the rotation isn't exactly next door, but they are putting a lot of numbers just to try to break the back 8 seconds. They will find success in doing so, but now their numbers lacking over towards stats.
Yeah, I was going to say that is a lot to put in towards scrap time there, and you do take about 10 to 15 seconds away from Nexus, but was it worth it considering now you're losing a blue kill feed away to Nexus? Nexus are going to be the first team to touch over by Newt. Player number 3 was sat inside. Cartels will get taken down, so Fixo should be able to slide in here. Fixo actually going to find S-Thug as well. Perhaps Jez can be the player to take Hydra out of this hard point. Hydra just chilling inside of the moment. Fixo trying to play his life. That's not going to happen, but Jez still needs to find more gunfights here. S-Thug up top will pick up that gunfight. It's so back and forth towards this hill. Hydra, with those back spawns, should continue to have the reinforcements coming on through. S-Thug now looking to pressurize as Cartels and Kings pick up gunfights here. Nexus are keeping Hydra out of this hill here, Andy.
Yeah, they sure are. I really got to tip it, though, for the way that Hydra kind of read that situation. From all the numbers that they were throwing at the scrap time of P2, they elected to go all the way through office, knowing that they didn't have numbers or information on the north side of the map all the way through the warehouse. So they fought for the better side of the map. They kind of got good access to that high ground that you currently see one Nexus member just kind of jump off from the top rows of S-Thug. But this is a good, successful hard point coming through from Hydra. They will flip the lead, albeit by a nominal point or so. They're going to be sitting pretty when it comes down to this break potential as well, getting spawns nearby. They just got to try to work through this courtyard, Brody.
Nexus just going to be chilling. And now we're going to start to see some of those operators coming out to play. Cartel's the War Machine. S-Thug here with the Sparrow as well. Nexus trying to use them to keep control of this one. But keep an eye on Hydra because they've got a lot of operators ready to go if they want to use them. 3 being invested here from Nexus. S-Thug finding a hell of a lot of value. I think that was 3 kills in a row for him as Nexus hold on towards this time. They're reading the spawns perfectly. Raf, does he know though? Jumping player coming over the back line. No, he does not. Noisy's going to pick up that kill. King's now going to go down by Used as well. Used with another kill from the equalizers. It's 3 in a row for him. Hydra will break through and they only need a couple of operators to do it.
And the most pretty thing coming away from that P3 is that Hydra didn't use any operators to try to hold on to the majority of that time. They were using it in response for this, for P4. The immediate time when Raph was about halfway to utilizing their equalizer, Use just flies on in and goes on a little tangent with it as well. Hydra now have built their lead. They're about to be at triple digits as Nexus have already hold the rotation over towards P5. They got set up around Useless and up through the top side of this stack as well, Brody. A good setup. Hydra gonna have to be meticulous on how they break this.
Yeah, you really do need to break this. Fixo is a good start, though. A couple of kills with the R9. That thing can be deadly at close range. More kills being made by Hydra. Starting to really pressure here. Player spawning out from Nexus will be Jez as the rest of the players now starting to really feel the heat from Hydra. Can they find their way through? Fabuloso with a jump up top is going to get shut down. Now players towards that left side as well. Nice double coming through from Cartels. Nexus braving the storm gear for the moment. Hydra still trying to filter through from that last hard point side. Fixo is going to be the player, if anything, to do anything in this situation. Will get 1 kill with the R9 again, and it's still trades galore. It's still close spawns for Nexus. They are hanging on.
Yeah, they sure are. And again, it mostly comes through those green useless building positioning, right? You can watch everybody try to maneuver their way all the way through P3 where Fix was trying to battle from is going to be able to at least find that kill, but it's just a moment's too late. Nexus had such a stellar support set up through that one building alone that the moment that they face pressure inside the hard point, they could start cycling numbers back inside the time. So it was a very close first set of rotations. Nexus will barely pull ahead. It's 133 to 105. Back to P1 we go.
See how much time Nexus can take away on this hard point. Fixo has been a stellar player for Hydra this game at 20 kills. He's going to find a couple with the Sparrow, but that's not really the value we wanted out of that operator. Now King sat inside, Houston Fixo trying to assault. Nice little pinch play coming through for that time. Hydra, no. Still 45 seconds left to garner off the back of this hard point. This is big time for Hydra can get if they go for it. S-Thug wants to go for it himself though, sliding towards the hard point with the weapon in his hand. He's going to get it done. Now switching over towards the operator, switching over towards the Sparrow. What value can he find? Players all the way in front of him here. Has the support from his teammates as well. The Sparrow will go away, but next up to bat will be Jez with the claw. Nexus using the operators now to try and garner this time, but keep an eye on that rotation as well because Hydra have just flipped it out. This is not a terrible position for Hydra whatsoever.
No, it isn't. I mean, talk about a moment's notice to be able to flip the spawns as well. It's actually Saucy that makes the entire rotation possible just by hitting all the way through office again. Hydra have found value with it not only just once, but now on this rotation again to be able to get over towards P2 utilizing the south side of the mini-map. Nexus were able to garner a lot of time off of P1, but now they have to try to find a very difficult break going over towards P2. They do have a few operators should they feel a positional advantage to maybe try to pull them, but Hydra have 2 of their own to respond.
This should be some operator coming out from both of the side now. Kings with the Annihilator has already found a couple of kills. How much more damage can Kings do? He's going to get caught out there by Used. So Hydra holding on for the moment. You talk about those operators. You also see the Gravity Vortex gun now coming out from Fabuloso, but it's a full blue kill feed here. Cartels with a couple of kills with the War Machine. He's continuing this reign of terror as well. It's a hard point that Hydra should have held onto. And to be fair, those close spawns and a couple of kills coming through from across the board here from Hydra will mean that they do so. Jez still attempting for the back 20 seconds. A couple more players are going to hit this from Nexus, but this is wholly been an unsuccessful attempt from Nexus at breaking that hardpoint time. Hydra will take the lead once again. P2 reigns supreme here on Hackney Yard hardpoint. It's going to give Hydra the lead.
There were so many opportunities for Nexus to potentially try to work their way inside of P2, but the Gravity Vortex gun shut down a lot of those narrow choke points. And Cartels was the last alive there with the War Machine, albeit finding kills. Still had those blue fence spawns for Hydra. So as you point out there, 12-point lead. Now we rotate back over towards P3 once again. Hydra are currently manipulating all the way through Warehouse, trying to get their players closer towards this hard point to try to contest through the smoke. You can just hold down the trigger if you are Nexus. They start to find the kills, but Fabuloso is right here to knock 2 more down.
Hydra going to pick up a load of kills there. Hydra with a massive break with the first 15 seconds. This could be a pivotal moment here in this game. Youth through the middle of the map will find 3. Hydra now just on a complete tear, and Youth will continue kids as well. Hydra, again, a huge moment in this game to get control of this hill. They have a 20-point lead, and it is expanding as they continue to control this hardpoint Nexus. Try as they might to get in towards this time, try as they might to take Hydra away from it. They just can't get it done. Andy, again, Hydra in control, looking for the back 15 seconds now. And again, with this hill control, they might actually be able to get some kind of path towards new as well, especially as Youth is picking up these gunfights.
And it was actually Nexus required at least the equalizer to try to get the majority of the time that they saw on P4 in the last set of rotations. But Fabuloso's up top, the Gravity Vortex gun, not able to at least get a good line of sight on where a lot of these players are coming from, but still has an operator. And you know that Nexus are going to be thinking about that before they try to break them all the way in, unless King says otherwise. 4 quick kills. Fabuloso's not necessarily a part of this until he finally comes downstairs, but Kings will go up on 4 in a row. The break comes through at a moment's notice. Nexus will do well to hold on to the majority of this time, but it'll make this game dead even.
And Nexus really do need this time. Kings is going to pick up a couple of kills here. Used out, trying to get this done. 35 seconds. I gotta imagine Hydra will give this a good shake, and then of course they'll rotate towards new because they do have those spawns as it currently stands. Used from up top though. Has he found the perfect route in to try and disrupt things? No. Cartels on the other side will explode both of those players. Houston Fixo down. Now on the other side, Noisy gonna bring out the claw. Fabuloso and Saucy also finding some gunfights of their own, and Noisy continuing. This is not good for Nexus on this hard point. They are gonna have to give this time away, but Nexus are okay with this because they've got the rotation.
They do have the rotation, but look at the time. Hydra, you're just going to need one more break, and they're already starting to flood players at least over past the picket fence to try to get themselves inside of P5. But you remember the last set of hard points. Nexus got about a full 60 off of this hard point. Can they do the same thing again? A claw gets pulled out premature to the hard point actually becoming active. It is set up Raph to be able to find 3 more. So middle of the map, secured. Not as strong as the setups Nexus had on the previous set, but still a setup to have for themselves they need to hold.
They do. Raph's going to bring out those equalizers early on in this one. Thug picking up all these kills. Nexus holding here for the moment. Has to be perfect. Raph now extending himself out of the hard point as well. They know that Hydra will continue to spawn close. Raph finally going to go down now. Cartels on the other side will pick up a double through the middle of the map now. Kings is also picking up some of these kills. It's a full blue kill feed here for Nexus. Hydra cannot get past Kings. Oh, no. They definitely can't get past Kings in this situation. 3 in a row for Kim. Hydra trying to find their way through. Only 1 kill to the name. Has 1 player managed to get past. Fabuloso is going to do so. Saucy will find a kill. S-Thug inside though, gets a kill with a trophy system. Jets and Cartels also there for the kills, and Nexus might have just made the comeback to kick off this series in emphatic fashion. Nexus will get it done, and if you're Hydra, you are totally disappointed about that.
I'm frustrated for them, honestly. I mean, that is just, again, back-to-back P5s that you have just about a flawless hold on. And that's just impressive within its own right, given how a lot of those hard points and rotations did kind of happen specifically for Hydra. The way that they were able to manipulate the entirety of Office to be able to see the time that they did. Their breaks were sublime, but then came down to P5 again and again. And realistically, the only difference as far as the scoreline is concerned, Brody, was about the 40 points that Nexus got on P1 in the second set. I'll be candid. That is the only difference in between that scoreline should Hydra be able to actually work that break the way that they were trying to for all of the P2 spawns within the second set. They would have been able to call game at the end of P4, but Nexus, as you said, towards the end of P4, they were quite okay with it because they knew they had to set up over towards P5. There was no more response, no more fuel left in the tank for Hydra to be able to answer back with the operators that got pulled on P5 specifically for the Annihilator that finally called game from Kings. It was Hydra that were always a little bit further forward than Nexus as far as investment for, or return of investment, I should say, for their operator usage until Kings called game there at the end of P5. Very, very close, not only in the scoreline, but also in the slaying. Hydra came to play.
Hydra absolutely came to play. We weren't really sure what to expect from them. I know, of course, they were competitive in hardpoint when they played Tribe in open finals. They weren't competitive in Search and Destroy. We'll talk about that in a moment. But as you said, looking over towards the slaying, pretty much everybody across the board is able to drop 30 besides Fixo. And honestly, that's not the end of the world. It shows great team efforts from both sides, but a special shout out to Fabuloso finishing at 38 and 28 with over 1 minute inside the hardpoint. A big reason why Hydra are as far ahead as they were in that game, but it just wasn't enough to stop this Nexus roster. Again, one of the NA powerhouses we're keeping an eye out for this season. Able to clutch up at the end of map number 1 to go 1-0 up in the series. And I briefly mentioned it just then. We talk about search and destroy. And going back to open finals, the last time Hydra played a team of this caliber was versus Tribe. And they lost 7-0. They got LG'd in that game. It wasn't good.
Is that a phrase now? Are we coining that?
That's a thing.
That's a little tough. I was there for that, man. It was yeesh.
It was a
I digress, but it's one of those things again that it's tough to be able to look at this Hydra roster and going into map number 1, seeing the Hackney Yard and just being like, wow, Nexus picked this, and that's a must-win map number 1. Because what happened, to Brody's point, well, you kind of got slammed last time you played a top squadron here in North America, Call of Duty Mobile. Always love to be surprised, though. I mean, Hydra played absolutely gritty in that map number 1, and it's Tunisia. You know, it's defensive-sided. To see what Hydra can do as they're on offense first.
Let's see, very different map, it should be said. It was an express search and destroy in which Hydra did get slammed by Tribe during open finals, so see if Tunisia plays any differently, of course. We've talked a lot about how Tunisia search and destroy is very defensively sided, but I think teams over the course of the last couple of seasons of SPS have gotten a lot better at breaking these sites on offense. Hydra now going to try to get control of A. What does the setup look like here for Nexus, and how do you break it? Trophy system will stop a nade from hitting anything and gaining any information for Hydra over the top. So they're going to have to do this a little bit more bravely. Just jump out into the open and pick up the first blood.
Snipers being held on the cross for Jez, but Saucy going to be able to catch Jez in between scopes. So now you got numbers. You may think that might be an A open bomb site, but Hydra's still lacking information for a few of these crucial corners.
Kill coming through from Fixo. Hydra trying to find their way onto a site. Not when Kings is there. Not on your Nelly, mate. Kings on 3 in a row. Noisy will trade on out. Kings still work to do here. Still looking for the ace. Here in this round. On the other side, S-Thug's going to go down. So Kings now has the ace to win this one out. R9 not so great at that range. It will tag Saucy. It will not pick up the gunfight. He goes for the kill. He will actually get it. Noisy is not there to trade on out, and he will pick up the final kill in the round. Noisy saves it for Hydra and stops an ace from coming from through. But geez, that was close.
You think Kings is still feeling hot off of that annihilator call at the end of Hackney Yard? Guy is smooth. He had information on everybody, by the way, but Hydra going to be able to utilize their numbers. See any pace differences here? Well, no, not going to really matter at all. I mean, Raph, hey, welcome back to the lobby. Kings found first blood plus an extra with the nade. A little bit of popcorn action to start round 2.
Great start coming out from Nexus. This will slow things up quite significantly for Hydra, won't it? They had their heart set on a B push. Now, flailing in this round. I think they're waiting right now just for some kind of over-aggression from Nexus. Again, though, that's a lot to ask for. I don't think Nexus is the kind of team to give it away.
No information. It's still information. Jez, though, gets the hit marker, wants to go for the chase, and well, Saucy will at least find one trade, still lacking one. For this execute that is currently being put together as at least a little bit of a fake. There's a lot of information that's being thrown over towards A offensively via Hydra. But the bomb being carried by Fabuloso is just waiting for the green light to try to execute over towards B, starting to clear a lot of space over there. Is Nexus, they're going to expect this? I mean, there's nobody turning back.
And if Nexus fumble this round now, this would be
He's cleared everything.
And Nexus have just fully given up the site here. Fabuloso now going to make his position known. Hydra are very happy now to get this bomb down for free. Nexus need to be fast about this retake. Have to hit this at the same time as well. Used around the backline. Ideally will be the first one to go down. I'm not too sure whether that stun did just connect on towards S-Fug. Either way, Nexus need to be fast about this. Here we go. S-Fug over the top. Going to spot up Fabuloso. Used is going to get a double kill. Fabuloso down low will take Kings down. Now Cartels. Was a 1v3, now a 1v2. Source is going to get it done. Nexus give up the site. And Hydra pull off a 3 versus 5.
Kings found the first 2 picks with 1 frag grenade. And Hydra still were able to catch them lacking on a nice bait play that came through on a response over towards A that found the B site completely vacated. Nexus surely won't let that happen again.
Saucy living up to his name. That's a hell of a saucy snipe right there. Evens the odds in this round right off the rip. Hydra, successful previously at getting on towards the A side. Keep an eye on Nexus, though. You've got a couple of players enacting a flank. Jez has already picked up a player attempting to get on towards the bomb as well. It's been read by Noisy. Out the pistol goes for Kings. Doesn't matter if it's the pistol or the AR in his hand. He's going to get that kill regardless. That's going to send Saucy back to try and deal with a threat. He might have just got some good timing here on the rotation through the middle of the map. Can they get the kill, though? No. Not crisp enough shots. And now, after all of that, Fixo's left up in a 1 versus 4. On the bright side, silver lining here, he's got the bomb.
Got a hunting party coming for him. Kings and S-Dug. Oh, he gets bad timing. Or is it the best timing? If he gets that first kill very cleanly, then we might be talking, but Kings is just going to get for the double chow and completely wipe Fixo off the map. So Nexus finally stopped the bleeding, and I love this adaptation that we got from them finally. A lot more forward positioning coming off through the middle of the map, albeit a 1-for-1 trade. They did not relent off of that pressure, just making sure if they saw any information over towards A, trap them inside a winery. It works about 99.9% of the time.
Alrighty, well, first round on the board here for Nexus. Hydra. Do not fall foul to a double nade off the start of this round, but it is still the same site of attack. Here we go. Used. Entry player. Gonna go down. Big pick from S-Thug. Great trade coming through from Fixo, though. Hydra, no. They need to brute force their one towards the site. Kings, the sole holder of the site now. The arbiter of it will find 1 kill. Gonna get traded out from Fabuloso now. Hydra, they're in the site. Nexus towards the back. Raph again wants to get control. Saucy takes him down. Good trade coming through from Jez. Now a 2 versus 2.
Snipers on both sides, still very actively holding this cross, but Saucy's kind of trapped. He's kind of worried about the timing, but oh, they got fooled once, and both Nexus truly thought that it might have been going over towards A, but it's a fake for the plant. Are they too far to hear that audio cue? Did they clear all of A? They're quickly starting to rotate back over towards B. Cartels and Jez. Might catch some good timing here.
Let's wrap around the flank. Yeah, nice shot from Jez as well. You've just spotted out Noisy too. How noisy can you be for a 1 versus 2? All the noise, nope, nothing. Silenced by Jez as the snipe comes through towards the end of the round. Nexus successfully retake the site. Hydra, though, they're very good at getting onto these sites, Andy.
And they really are, and they found a lot of good success once they do finally get a couple good footholds on the bomb site itself, but that hesitation comes through from Noisy. Instead of planting the bomb, think they might get chowed through the middle of the map. Could have potentially been the difference maker in between putting themselves in a win condition or not. All tied up in around number 5. Back over towards an A offense we go. Nate ceremoniously thrown over towards the top, and Nexus are taking a lot of map away past B.
Big kill coming through from the middle of the map from Cartels. Nice read on towards Used. Now Nexus, 1 man up in this situation. Hydra have been here before. Have they been here before, though? Jez gonna snipe Noisy out of the round. Nexus not so fast to try and over-aggress here on the flank, and I think that's what Hydra are currently concerned about.
Yeah, they sure are. We've been here before. If you are Hydra, just trapped around Winery, just trying to work for that pick. Fabuloso looking to land at least one of these shots. He's just getting played with. Here comes the jump challenge. Still misses a little bit wide. Drop shot, no. Oh, Fabuloso finally lands the shot onto Jez, albeit finally given to him. Dancing right in front of him. Cartels will find another, and you know where the last 2 players are located at least 1 for sure. Still trapped inside a winery. Nexus fully aware of that. Still sending S-Thug very quickly on the flank just to make sure that these players feel relatively trapped. 40 seconds remain.
Yeah, to be fair, I think if Raph does go down there, this is a plausible round still for Hydra. And that Raph is able to get away scot-free. Now has the reinforcement. His besties are on the site as well. It's just so difficult for Hydra. Need something crazy. Not going to happen. Fabuloso, good effort, my friend, but Raph's going to take you down just like that, and now it's down to Fixo. 1 versus 4, and he's going to get shut down. Big kill from Cartels, big round from Nexus. You can't afford to lose too many on the defense.
Well, I mean, they lost the first 2, and I was ready to start putting some wind in the sails for the Hydra flag and just saying, wow, these guys have truly figured out offense on Tunisia, but Nexus just getting a little bit more aggressive in the middle of the map, trapping them. Hydra trying to match that pace very quickly over towards B this time.
We go. Oh, Kings! Kings is doing it again. No Annihilator this time. Noisy trades out, though. 3 versus 2 off the back of Kings' heroics. Nexus will still have to get back on towards the site, but Hydra, they don't know about that. They're waiting for this peek to come through, and Saucy really needs to hit that shot. He really needs to hit this shot. Jez is not the kind of guy to miss, though. Looking for it. Anything. Give him an elbow, and Jez will take it. It's just a distraction play while the R9s get up close and personal. Cartels and Raph get it done. Nexus finish out the half. 4 rounds to their name.
Off of winning the initial 2, in one of those rounds, Kings almost found the ace. We have a 4-2 half. Now it's Nexus's turn on the offense. Are 2 rounds good enough, potentially, to try to force at least into overtime, let alone take this map for Hydra? Only time will tell. Kings, though, has 10 kills through 6 rounds of play, which is just absurd. To pass it over towards B, it's going to be a battle through the steps, and Raph will find that first blood unused.
Big first blood. I will say fair play to Fabuloso. Hasn't been shaken off this whatsoever, but he has now just been taken down. Raph pushes out towards the middle of the map and will be punished for it, but still, Noisy 1 versus 4. Jez didn't expect him to be transferring through the middle of the map, so he'll catch Jez off guard. Brings us down to a 1 versus 3. Yet still, this is a huge ask. For Noisy. Has to be loud, has to be proud, and is neither in that situation. Shut down. Nexus just brash their way on towards the B site, and it's totally theirs.
And just an immediate stark difference is what we're talking about for Hydra versus some of these top teams. I mean, Nexus fundamentally, how many times through these 7 rounds of play have we seen just them being able to isolate the information, but making sure that they don't go in at least for 1? They are always playing for the trade more often than not, unless it's a first blood kill. This is just one of the fundamentals that we're going to continuously talk about for Nexus, Tribe, and many other teams to come until we see what they look like on a global scale. First blood for Nexus again, 2 rounds away from going up 2-0 in this best of 5.
This round is significantly slower from Nexus. Trying to feel Hydra out before making the move forward. Through the middle of the map feels like it's where it's mostly coming from. S-Thug's actually going to be the entry player with the bomb as well. That's a brave call. Jez also picks up Fabuloso, so it's a big risk that will work out for Nexus here. They once again have B-side control.
And they're just going to get trapped. I mean, Fixer's going to find the trade, but then not too far away as another Nexus member to deal with the remaining of Hydra. 6 rounds in a row, even through the swap back over towards offense. Nexus are making it look easy. Aggression on the first. A little bit more passive through the middle of the map to be able to work some of these picks in the second. They're giving you every single taste that Tunisia has to offer this time over towards A.
Just one more round. Nexus take this search and destroy in a commanding 2-0 lead in this series. Raph getting aggressive. They want this round to be done. This search and destroy to be done here and now. Raph will only get a shot. But Nexus have bullied their way on towards site, and now Jez is finding value off the back of it. Noisy will double up on the try and attempt a re-entry. Houston Fabuloso also finding value here. S-Fug the only one to get anything whatsoever. And Hydra, they might have been bullied out of the site, but they will bully their way back through.
They had a collective like maybe 45 to 50 HP. What was it to think? If he had an R9 in his hand, maybe he finds both those kills. I'm not too sure. It's not the universe we're living in. Hydra are able to exist for another round. Into round 10 we go. We're able to shut down the aggression over towards A. What does Nexus have to offer this time around? Very forward approach for Raph up towards this railing. Almost expecting to get met for first blood, but not going to be the case. Hydra kind of back down, just holding their angles.
And it is going to be a similar look once again here from Nexus. When they've done this before, they have gone towards B. So I think that might still be the play. Eustace just spotted it out, I think. Towards the other side, Fabuloso is going to get the pick from the back of the B site, and Eustace is going to find both kills. And this is the problem. I mentioned it very briefly in that last round. When you've got S-Thug being the bomb carrier and the entry player simultaneously, you leave yourself in a bit of a sticky spot. Jez now for a 1v5.
This is what you needed from Eustace. He was popping off continuously through map number 1. Need a little bit more of these lurking plays, and then we're going to be talking about the conversations for some overtime. Jez, though, 1v5, I mean, you never really want to count players out, but has a sniper to play with, not to mention has to be able to pick up the bomb in no man's land. Should have a freebie here on a Noisy.
He's going to do it?
Yep.
He's going to do it, yes! We haven't seen one of these in forever. Thanks, Jez. We appreciate you, buddy. Down you go, Noisy. Bit of embarrassment there. Adds a bit of entertainment for a 1 versus 5. Still makes this...
There was no reaction out of his teammates, by the way, for being executed. He's going to slide down here the double doors, and he's going to be met with 2 Hydra members, but I'm not gonna lie, Brody. Hey, if you're getting assassinated like that, I'm dropping everything I'm doing. I'm sprinting over there trying to cancel it, even albeit in a 1v odd situation. I'm saving your life, buddy.
I don't think you'd make it. I'll be honest with you, bud.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think either of us would make it in that situation. Either way, Nexus have led a couple of rounds to Hydra. Has the Hydra woken up? Nexus now looking to get their way on towards A. Previously, they were able to do it, and they draw the first blood this time around as well. Raph going to bring out the LMG to get this one done. Down, they're going to be able to get the bomb down. Yes, they are. Hydra now. How fast can they be at this retake?
I mean, they're all kind of trapped, right? I mean, not only are you just lacking that one member, there's nobody to potentially go on a flank. Look at the way that Hydra are trying to play for this. They're looking for a pick either through their side of the map or through mid, and they've waited too long. 2v5.
Yeah, just one player left alive. Saucy. Have you got the sauce? Picked up one kill. But still, time is really his biggest enemy in this situation. This feels like a foregone conclusion, and it will be the R9 of Kings that takes him down in the end. And it feels quite poetic that that's the case. As Kings finishes that search and destroy with 13 kills, a huge reason why Nexus are as dominant as they are. Hydra, they fought back towards the end, but too little too late.
Yep, just moments too late, or maybe a moment too early. I don't know. I mean, they kind of popped off in those first 2 rounds, let alone, I mean, it almost came through in an absolute crazy ace from Kings. What was that, round number 1? But I digress. It's one of those things that Hydra actually showed really good prowess through their offensive rounds, being able to turn a disadvantage into their ultimate advantage, working on bait plays, being able to work information to be able to flip numbers and get the bomb planted over at B. Some hesitation came through, and then that's when Nexus truly did strike. Well, that's when they started realizing, oh, so if we dictate the pace of the middle of the map and we're able to work that first blood, Hydra simply have no response, no rebuttal, barely whatsoever. And that was absolutely the case. Here's that assassination one more time. Very anticlimactic. And I'm not going to cap you, Brody. They would have came close to saving their friends' lives. It would have been close.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I would have tried.
He thought about it for a while, to be fair. He was sitting there like, do I go for this? Like, I think he was probably having a conversation with his teammates like, hey, guys, should I, you know, I know there's still time here and that's not really on my side.
Like when the ghost is like slowly pulling you away, just ruin the round.
Yeah.
Remember me.
Do I go for it?
Yeah.
He went for it. Nice. Lovely played from Jez. He's going to finish out 13 kills, as I already said, as is Kings. 13 apiece between those 2 players. Nexus, off the back of their vigor, will win the search and destroy. And for the other side, nobody really popping off in the way that we wanted them to. We saw some great moments coming out from Noisy, a couple of big 2 pieces that kept Hydra in the game in some rounds. But beyond that, they were mostly muted. Nexus, starting off this series really strong. I will say, because we didn't really know what to expect between these 2 teams. Again, we look at kind of the disparity of a Nexus roster that is made up of kind of a combination of 2 teams last season that were dominant in the North American region versus this Hydra roster that are made up of 2 teams that were, let's just say, not dominant in the Latin America region. And we didn't really know what to expect. I will say Hydra have been competitive so far, and in that search and destroy, they were more competitive than they were versus Tried in Open Finals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about just 2 very difficult draws when it comes down to this Hydra roster, right? I mean, the first time that we saw them on broadcast when they were playing underneath Pollos Locos, they got decimated by Tribe 7-0 in that search and destroy to end that run. Inevitably did make it to this point in time, but then their opening round here in Group B when they're going up against the second best team that we have here in North America in Nexus. So it's kind of like a good lunch, half fries moment, at least for this Hydra roster, but it's one of those things that you always have to expect to play the best teams. You're never going to be the best if you cannot beat the best. Who would have thought? That's exactly the realm that we're living in for Hydra. But again, I mean, this is just really good practice when you're thinking about it to potentially make that lower bracket run to maybe still try to make it through to next stage. There's still a lot of time. There's still some Call of Duty Mobile left to be played. We still have a control to talk about, and not to mention the pace that at least we got through the Hackney Yard of that map number 1 was quite good. Again, control very different of a game mode, go figure, than Hardpoint, but at least if you're able to showcase the manipulation of the map like we got from Hackney Yard comparatively to Arsenal when it comes down to this map number 3 for Hydra, you might be sitting pretty. It just always comes down to those reps, and that's what we're talking about for these teams that aren't always at the top. Control reps are very hard to come by. Nexus might be staring down the barrel of a very easy 3-0.
Yeah, well, Control was the one mode we didn't get to see from Hydra during Open Finals. Of course, those matches were best of 3, and they got 2-0'd by Tribe. And the match we got to see, of course, they did also 2-0 TLE to qualify. So we don't really know what to expect when it comes to Control from these guys. What we do know, though, is that we're going to see Hydra go straight towards A on the defense here. They're winning the vast majority of the gunfights. Only one player left to contend with. It's Raph, who might have just found the sneakiest of routes in behind. Picks up 1 kill, and is now looking to buy some time for the rest of the team. Perhaps even some map control as well. Raph is single-handedly giving Nexus a lot of control over A.
Yeah, sure is. All the way through this little room, it's just very difficult to try to dictate where some of these R9 shotguns are going to be located at. But now it's not just Raph. Off of 3-kill start, Jez will find 2 in response. With the sniper rifle, that should be a lockdown. You're still tracking by about 2 lives if you are Hydra. So just try to play for a couple exits. You have B on lock. Just comes through this transition.
It's a very fast capture over on A. As you said, B is on lock. Maybe not for long, though. Raph is the lock picker here. He's picked up a couple of kills already. Fabuloso will trade things out. Nexus do feel a little bit individual at the moment. They're already going to utilize the Predator missile here for a kill, and they also have to imagine a little bit for some information. Now, information gives them the knowledge as to where all of these players are. Nexus act on that. They get a full wipe now. This should be a very fast capture attempt from them. S-Thug now starting to find more kills too. Hydra being bullied out of this control zone. Fabuloso is just chilling on the stairwell. S-Thug's like, hang on, buddy, you ain't staying alive for much longer, and neither is this point. That is fast and aggressive from Nexus. They want this control done quick.
Yeah, I'll say. And it's one thing when we talk about these top teams going up against other teams that we know, and I'm sure that they're thinking, hey, we're just better than these guys, that they just immediately try to play for that spawn trap. It is nasty here on Arsenal for Call of Duty Mobile, but Nexus just went for the control segments, and they transitioned over towards B flawlessly via the Predator missile and just kept all of Hydra trapped inside of their spawn. Kings did a great job of making sure of that. So now an offensive attempt comes through for Hydra. Can they find the same value that Nexus showed us? So far, it's at least a 1-for-1 trade. Nexus read this perfectly. It's a scramble in the middle of the map.
Are they going to win the gunfights is the question for me. Yep, they are. Kings will double up. Defense is very strong for Nexus, but this is a brilliant reaction coming out from Hydra, I will say. Despite losing that initial flurry of gunfights, it looks like they're not quite entirely content of just straight up hitting A. They're just trying to take control of that lane towards B here for the moment, and they've slowed up entirely, and I have to imagine part of this is all the utility that is being thrown their way. There was a hunter-killer drone in the air. There's Jez now bringing the Predator missile down as well. Nexus know exactly what to expect here with this hit, and they're just waiting for something. Hydra are taking a really long time with this.
It's almost like they're expecting for players to try to flank, so maybe that could be where their numbers come through. And you're starting to see some of the blue arrows to try to turn back and maybe try to clear their spawn, but then there's other 2 players trying to move their way over towards B. Discombobulated, to say the least. Noisy will at least find 1 over towards B, but it's just a trade, and by that time, it's a 1-for-1 going through the middle of the map. You got 1 player on A, and that's Fixo, but no reinforcements, easily dealt with through the ventilation shaft. And Nexus right back where they started. 4 seconds remain in this round, and they never lost their iron grip on the map control.
Use will keep the round alive for a second longer than it should have been. We saw a little bit of an investment coming out there from Hydra, and I'm not sure I totally agree with it. I know you want to try and save the round, and you don't want to go 2-0 down in this control, but that investment probably could have been better served in towards this round, because now you've got absolutely nothing. And I will also say, and we'll probably discuss it a little bit more after this control, the way in which they kind of held themselves back in the middle of that round probably is the entire reason they lost it. Regardless, we now need to see the reverse sweep in the control for Hydra to stay alive. Here's that investment from Nexus. Hydra have nothing. Nexus have everything. Fabuloso, though, on the other side will actually get the Annihilator out. Starting to earn the operators now are Hydra, and there's also the kills coming through. Hydra win the first wave of gunfights here. Let's see if the reaction from Nexus is different.
And trying to get themselves inside of the cafeteria. A little bit of a bait to open up the door for Noisy to slide through with the claw. Fixo also has a Sparrow to play with. And this is great. I mean, winning the opening break-off is one thing, but being able to find more map positioning to really lean into this life deficit that you've built over Nexus's forehead is even better. How long can Hydra hold? Nexus being very, very slow on trying to manipulate through the map, just making sure that they can get numbers back in their favor. So far, so good. A broken past the 50-yard line. Now the next part of the laundry list is just trying to get on one of these zones and stall the clock.
Here we go. Nexus have finally gotten through Hydra. S-Thug's going to bring the Sparrow out to ensure they do get control here, or at least some progression, but he doesn't really last that long. He's not long for this world. Cartel's last alive on this point. He's going to get shut down. We're seeing a kind of a double down here from Nexus, a reinvestment of pretty much everything they've got for information. It works out. S-Thug is going to find one. Kings will find a couple of kills with the Annihilator here, and Kings is continuing to find value. Kings is picking him up off spawn. Nexus now transferring from point to point. A is gone.
And Kings, I mean, he stepped on B. He has one more bullet, and the Annihilator runs out of time before he can even shoot the shot. Nice trophy system to come through, will deny any utility. He's starting to work on this first segment on B all by his lonesome. It's locked. I mean, all of Hydra are worried about the spawn trap. You got one player all the way in Bufu while the rest just march up the stairs to death. Nexus maintain their iron grip on the map.
That second tick is fast approaching as well. Nexus have completely flipped this round on his head. That Predator missile keeps Hydra at bay. Can they find the way into the water point? S-Thug has a little bit too much to watch inside the corridor. Fixo now looking to try and get his way through. Kings' shots are good enough. That second tick will be good. Cartel's on the other side, only finding one with a war machine, and things will clear up here. 2 ticks down though. Nexus only need 1 good hit.
Got one player lurking. Watch out for player number 5 is Raph, just waiting for maybe some information to try to push through inside of the lounge. Might be thinking about an entire flank all the way through Arsenals. And I mean, honestly, with 1 minute to spare, I like this. Just hold the line up front. You know that Use has this equalizer out. Are you going to expect them to be laying this close in the corner, waiting for the push to come through?
We go, big kills for Use. Yep, going to catch both of those players off guard. Now he wants to really reaggress that issue as well. Fixo is going to find Kings. There's also a read on the player that's trying to flank, but Raph wins that gunfight versus Noisy, so he'll pick Raph up off the back of the spawn. Or Noisy off the back of the spawn, excuse me. Hydra now just trying to survive. Big gunfight for Raph to make again. So that's going to bring Hydra down to the final 5 lives. Noisy's going to spawn in once more. Another 1 versus 1 that Raph will need to win. Is he going to get it done? Yes, he will. 3 in a row. Noisy is down for the count, being bullied inside his own spawn. Nexus will now have the numbers, but only 20 seconds on the clock here. Fabuloso going to open up with that first blood. Kills now potentially around the flag. Jets and S-Thug will find them. Hydra down to the final 2 lives in this round. Use will pick up 1. Can't do any more than the second kill, though. All down to Fabuloso to save the round. 5 seconds. Does pick up the kill against S-Thug, but he gets pinched from both sides. Nexus, a 3-0 in the control to close out a clean sweep in this series. But they definitely had to fight for it.
Oh, definitely had to fight for it. Even in that final moment, right? I mean, you saw the 2 life advantage. It was 10v8 once you saw a final standstill come through after 2 segments got captured off of Kings. Just doing what he did throughout the entirety of the series. Just any sort of weapon, Annihilator in his hand, doesn't matter. The guy's probably going to pop off, find a multi-kill inside of the feed at one point or another. But just were able to sort out another win condition. There was more than enough time to be able to flip at least control into a team deathmatch there in round number 3 to be able to get Raph inside their spawn. And that was the player I was starting to highlight. Watch out for that munitions push. That was starting to manifest. Raph thought about maybe trying to push through lounge and catch these players off guard once they actually spawned up, but started to work behind enemy lines once any kill came through, let alone Raph was the first one to start that spawn trap, and then he killed the same player about 3 times over. That's just tough. That's Arsenal control, but Nexus were in firm control of every single round, barring this round number 3 in the opening. Hydra had every single advantage this side of the Mississippi, but once Nexus were finally tested, they said, all right, we understand. You opened up with 3 operators. Let's work a couple of kills. And the moment they got any sort of semblance of map control, they immediately flipped back onto Hydra's head and were able to win it quite decisively. 15-9 out of S-Thug, 16-9 out of Kings. Name a single map in this best of 5 that Kings didn't pop off. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I will say, I think there were learnable errors there from Hydra, and that's what I take away from this best of 5, obviously. I don't think there was anybody even in the chat that would expect Nexus to lose this series, but Hydra, they were competitive. A few things that RGB, I think they should change. I think especially looking back to that control. And, you know, there's promise, I think, in this Hydra roster, ultimately, and I think that's what I take away from this series. But Nexus, we expected them to win, and they did.
I like that phrase, the learnable mistakes there. I don't know how much they'll be able to implement what they learned since they'll be going into a match today. We'll have to see how quickly they can think on their feet here. But Hydra will now drop down into that lower bracket, and we'll be waiting to see who they'll face off against based off of our next matchup on the day. Either way, also really strong start for Nexus, just kind of give themselves a little bit of momentum heading into the upcoming weeks of the challenge season, but getting themselves that one step closer to where they want to be when it comes to making their way through to the challenge finals. Now that we have Nexus in the books, it's time for us to start looking towards what we saw the second match to be on that bracket. It'll be between Tribe and Hype Mobility. Tribe obviously being another team that we are constantly talking about. A little bit different look this time around, but a name nonetheless that people are used to seeing up on that podium proper.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, Tribe, what a household name for Call of Duty Mobile, dating way back, ever since the inception of Call of Duty Mobile. I feel like we've been talking about Tribe Gaming and a lot of household names as well, to be able to make a championship caliber roster, to be able to, hey, go figure, maybe get their brand back on top.
I can't wait to see what both of our teams have in store for us next. For now, we're going to be giving Hydra a little bit of a break to get themselves settled and reset before they head into the third match on the day. Just a reminder for everybody at home, match number 3 will be between the first 2 teams to drop down into that lower bracket. At the end of the day, we will have eliminated one of our teams from this side of the bracket. If you guys are just joining us here and you're wondering where some of the teams are that you might recognize name-wise, that is Group A. We started the first week with Group A, got their portion of Group A, and now we've gone into Group B, which is the other 4 squads in the challenge season right now, and that's what we are currently working our way through, just in case you were a little bit lost if you joined us a little bit late. But like I said, we've got another match coming up around the corner. Before we get into that, though, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are preparing to get into our second match of the day here in day 2 of our challenge season for NA. We just watched as Nexus had a very strong 3-0 against Hydra, who was then knocked down into our lower bracket. And now we are turning our focus towards our Tribe versus Hype Mobility matchup. And I asked you before the break, you talked about him a little bit, Proper. Let's talk about Tribe. Just such a well-known team.
Yeah, let's talk about the Goliath in the North America room, shall we? Tribe Gaming is back, and a lot of household names that actually won them a world championship not a few years ago. Rabalo, Envy, Vague, Teabag also representing for Tribe. But then we're going to see Washi and Marshy, I'm sure, be playing inside of this match. They're the #1 team in North America. I don't think anybody's going to be sitting here kind of wagging fingers expecting anything less. These guys have built a reputation over the years, and they are starting to answer the question, what would happen if we completed a super team format and underneath one banner, and that is Tribe. You have pieces of Seminole, pieces of Rejects, competing underneath this Tribe Gaming banner to be able to win, well, what they sought out to do again, and that's World Championships.
Yeah, Tribe are pretty good. I think it's fair to say. Tribe are a pretty good team. You mentioned them being the Goliath here. Well, here's Dave. It's Hype Mobility. You've got a number of players, which, to be fair, if anyone's watched Snapdragon Pro Series over the last couple of seasons, you will recognize. Coldest last season from Team Disciple is a team that was relatively competitive in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. You've got Proxity, who played all the way back in season 3 with Limited. The one I would point out, though, and again, it is kind of a wayward selection of players, but the one I would point out would be Yawn, who was on the Truly roster last season. That, of course, was like kind of the 4th place team in North America, the ones that were kind of slightly competitive with the big 3. But Yawn, to me, was the standout player on that roster. So if you want to pick up anybody here, it's probably going to be him. And him and Proxy, I think, as the new additions to this team, should at least bolster them for what is going to be a really difficult match.
And we'll have to see how it goes down for them, but we also have our map picks ready to pull up so we can talk about that and see what our teams have decided to go with here after what we saw the first time around in our match. Will we get another Hackney Yard? Is that what Brody wants to see is the real question. It's in there. It's later on, but it's in there. We're starting off with standoff hardpoint here, Brody.
Oh boy, yeah, this is a fun one. Yeah, this is actually not that different of a map set from what we saw in the last one. We've got our Arsenal, we've got our Hackney Yard, and we've got our Tunisia as well. I'll just be all later on in the best of 5. We are starting things off on a standoff, and we love standoff. Hot take, standoff is actually my personal favorite map of all time in Call of Duty. I prefer it over Raid. I absolutely love it, and it plays so damn well in Hardpoint. We've seen it a lot this season, and it is going to be Tribe's pick for this one too. Going to be interesting, I think, to see, what is the way in for Hype Mobility in this series, because I don't know if I could pick out a map where maybe they could take Tribe down.
I don't think that there is one, honestly. It's hard to justify if there's maybe a winning advantage across any of these best of 5 maps. Maybe Hackney Yard, same conversation ends up coming through. It was their map pick this time around. I think that if there's anything that you might catch Tribe off guard with, it might be some of the new map mode combinations, and, well, wouldn't you know, we only have one inside the mix. So, got to get to map 4 at the very least.
All right, well, this will be an interesting one to see what our teams can bring to the table. Like you said, though, Brody, in the last match, definitely an opportunity for teams to be learning from each other as well. I think that's what the entire challenge season is, obviously open finals as well, because every single season we see new team names, new faces here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, which is kind of the whole point. In the beginning, anybody can literally play in, and if they're good enough, they'll make it here to the same stage as the juggernauts, like the Tribe Gaming squads. So this will be a fun matchup either way. I can't wait to see how it goes. I think it's actually ready. This one's a little bit quicker, ready to go, so I'm not going to hold us up any longer. Brody, Proper, let's get into match 2.
Alrighty, let's get into the matchup. Tribe versus Mobility Hype, or Hype Mobility. Last match was a 3-0. I'll be honest. I think this one, there is no reason to believe it shouldn't, just by names alone and past performances from the players in the lobby. There's no reason this shouldn't be a 3-0, right?
I mean, there could be reasons. I'm not too sure. I haven't watched any of these streams that are
list them.
Tribe. I don't think that there's going to be any reasons whatsoever. I think that you're going to be searching some pretty deep caves of the Call of Duty mobile community to potentially find any sort of I guess dents in the armor that is this Tribe Gaming roster. Even when we thought that they might have gotten slightly tested, at least through open finals, they only lost one map, I believe, what that was to Truly. But I digress. Hey, this is a team that when they are firing off on all cylinders should be be undoubtedly the tops of the mountains. But love to be proven wrong. Again, when it comes down to this Hype Mobility roster, you knew that you're going to be facing these top teams eventually, as we always do. Coldest did have a little stint to be facing some of these top teams, albeit wasn't the best outcome, getting 8th underneath that Disciples banner as well. And maybe Yon might be able to add a little bit more oomph to the gunny, if you will, for Hype Mobility. Might be able to get them closer to the line, but I think that Tribe still wins this 3-0.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to see Hype Mobility be competitive here. And I guess if there is a way into this series, sometimes I feel like Tribe, because obviously this roster is a highly competitive team. It's one of the best teams inarguably in the world. Sometimes they can maybe take things a little bit relaxed. Maybe is maybe the way into this series for Hype Mobility. Maybe they can kind of catch Tribe off guard when they're maybe too relaxed. But I don't know. I'm kind of stretching there for something. Tribe, really good roster. Hype Mobility need to find a way in. They have had a good start of this game. They get the first set of kills and gunfights towards P1, but Tribe now have stabilized. They've got the gunfights back. Now they're looking for the back 30.
Yep. Again, for Tribe, not only for the back 30, but also to maybe try to manipulate all the way through the backside of the gas station. Nice little flank actually coming through from Compa. Gonna get caught in a little bit of a reload situation, so Envy gets the free kill there. But Tribe still relentlessly striking through this back alley, looking for the rotation over towards New, while still being able to maintain presence inside P1. What a life it is so far for T-Bag, being able to swing back out wide, finds two to his life. And that is also the rotation secured, even the scrap time for Tribe.
I was a little bit concerned there for Tribe on rotation. They had one player to contend with up top, but they will be swiftly dispatched with. And so now Tribe should be comfortable in Noob, but for how long? Because Coldest and Chagger have already picked up a couple of kills between them. But watching up top is dealing with everybody who tries to get through that top window. Defenestrated, out you go. Hype Mobility trying to find their way through from those barn spawns, but Tribe are holding strong. Raballo picks up a couple of kills. Now, one more player up top. Raballo gets cut short by Coldest. So Hype have found their way through for the back 35 here. Now starting to use the Honey Killer Drone to be thrown out towards the middle of the map will be Coldest as well. Back and forth we go. Hype Mobility trying to find their way through and trying to hold them towards it. Chagaboo's going to pick up a couple of kills. Chagaboo will find 3. Vague, the only one in that ensemble to pick up anything for Tribe. Hype Mobility doing really well on this hardpoint.
Yeah, even Coldest being able to get that War Machine, to be able to get this high ground positioning should be at least the securing of 10 seconds here towards the end. Envy thought might be able to give a good shake towards the scrap time. Not going to be the case at all. Not with Coldest finally running out of ammo in that War Machine at that point in time. So Hype Mobility, very good P2 coming through. On the rotation over towards Grandma's is where we're going to be looking towards a lot of operators coming online for both sides, but still jostling for position out here in front of Grandma's.
Yeah, these operators are everything. Chagger proving white here, picks up a couple here, but is it going to be good enough? Because Tribe have now started overrun around that backline. The spawns will now flip out in Tribe's favor. Raballo looking for preemptive fights with the War Machine, and everybody has been dealt with. Coldest through the middle of the map, though, starting to rebel against this Tribe roster. That's 3 in a row for him. Again, close spawns for Tribe, though, will mean that Hype Mobility going to have to get wave after wave of gunfights in this situation. Vague fights back for a couple of kills. All of this, though, will leave Raballo all on his lonesome inside. He gets overwhelmed by Chagger. Hype Mobility, they fight back through for the back 25.
Yeah, I mean, what a big 20 seconds this might honestly be. A win condition, if you will. So early doors here for Standoff as we're rotating over towards this next hard point. You can see the iron grip that Tribe 2 have through the middle of the map. But the push is starting to come through all over the backside of the gas station. And I love this from Hype Mobility. They just completely swarm the back alley, just completely catch 3 players lacking. And now they have an opportunity to try to flip this map. Before this hard point even flips, Tribe are stuck over by the hay bales.
And Tribe going to be in for the moment here, as you said, though, stuck in a situation. Hype Mobility looking to try and garner some of these gunfights. Now Hype are just going to cut themselves off of the spawn, leaving a couple of players isolated towards the point. Vague will find one with the equalizer, one more player to deal with inside, and they do get cut down. So Hype Mobility have now fought their way back through. Investment starting to come out from Hype as well. Proxity looking to get all of these kills with the equalizers, cutting down every single player. Proxity completely wipes the roster. Compa now starting to look at the kills of spawn as well. Hype Mobility continue to break these hills away from Tribe.
In the most important part for Hype Mobility is that they didn't use any of these operators to try to break the hard point. They used it to secure the back 30 seconds, but Tribe are still knocking at the door. One more player left alive. It's going to be Chagaboo playing in a very close corner, but Teabag will be able to get the slide back through for 3 in this life. Last player to maybe try to make a last-ditch effort for 10 seconds would be Yawn, but this is a crucial 10 seconds for Tribe Gaming and a difference maker maybe going in towards the second set. The hype mobility came to play. Their operator usage, their ability to be able to manipulate the map for these key breaks have themselves in about a 20-point lead.
Yeah, Tribe, we said this again, it feels like it should be an easy 3-0. Hype mobility proving that's absolutely not the case at the moment. As you said, everything is on point for the roster. Tribe need to find an extra gear right now. Some more gas in the tank. They've done it so far as we move over towards the new kill. They're already looking for the first 15 seconds and getting the vast majority of the gunfights, but now Hype mobility trying to fight their way back through. Compa chilling inside, slides out for the gunfight against Raballo, will end up finding it. Still looking for more as well. Doesn't actually have any help from his teammates at the moment. Compa maybe doesn't need it. Finally does get cut down by Washi as Washi slides through for a couple of kills. Will be denied number 3 by Yawn. Hype mobility here, looking for the back 20 seconds, but rather more crucially here, Andy, they've got rotation towards new. This is dangerous for Tribe.
Yeah, it sure is. Again, hype mobility is a simple cause to be able to manipulate this back alley, not only for this rotation, but also one that we saw previously has just been so stellar. But Tribe Gaming quickly trying to flip it. Teabag is able to pull the Purifier to be able to maintain this warehouse control. Just one more player hanging around the joint. That was Raballo dealt with, but albeit kills to the middle of the map went hype mobility's favor. Tribe still have these close spawns for now.
They do, but they did get broken pretty much straight away last time around. Don't be surprised if Hype do it again. Going to be all coming from the gas station side this time, though, so nobody to come up to climb the window. Washi is watching the cross as well with the Annihilator. Raballo also firing out some War Machine pellets from the hard point. Tribe are investing here to ensure this first 20 seconds of the time, but unfortunately for Washi, goes out a little bit too far from the hard point, gets cut short. Proxy's also going to find a couple of kills now, and just like that, Hype mobility here, breaking in towards the hard point. Teabag, the only one left alive, with the RNI up top, going to have to hop out the window, going to find another kill, but in doing so, will vacate the hard point for Hype mobility. That's a break.
I mean, it's a systematic break at that, and this is what I was talking about. Just a quick little recap of the first set of rotations. Go back and replay that break on P2. It was beautiful for Hype mobility just to work their way past gas station, found a couple picks, knew that they were setting Tribe spawning a little bit further out, and then utilized their numbers to be able to double chow inside the front door of the warehouse to be able to get that break. It was beautiful. 20-point lead again over towards Grandma. Spotting all the way in towards the back is Tribe, but you can tell by the camera of my voice, not exactly a good place to be. Not with this flank starting to work through the top side of the window.
Washi, the only one finding value here. Tribe also going to lose another player. This is disastrous here for Tribe Gaming. Hype mobility have just fought their way through, and they're also winning the gunfights off the back of it too. Investment now coming out from Tribe to break their way through. Envy with the claw has found 1 kill. How much more can he find to break and flip these spawns out? Back in Tribe's favor. Coldest is having absolutely none of it. Comes through with the double with the War Machine. Hype mobility continue to hold on towards Grandma's. Tribe, try as they might, cannot break through.
And again, not using operators to break, but using operators to hold. Hype mobility have found themselves in essence of a win condition here, and it's worked stellar through a multitude of hard points. Proximity with the equalizer, at least for 1, up to 21 kills. 29 for Coldest, 22 for Chagaboo as he calls in a Predator missile, gives away the information. Tribe Gaming playing a little bit scared, but they still have numbers over towards this rotation. But look at how fast Hype mobility are trying to cut through Brown. A nice double comes through from Rababble. Should at least hold the middle of the line, but you still have Hype mobility players knocking down the door here at the hay bales.
I do wonder whether you want anybody out this side towards the tractor side of this hard point, because you're letting Hype mobility get closer than you really should be. Flanking players coming off the back of the spawn though. Tribe should be able to deal with those guys relatively easily, and they will. So now Tribe in a spot where they need a full 60 here off the back of this. Cold is going to open proceedings with a couple of kills. Now another player going down by the hay bales. It's going to be investment coming out from Tribe, investment from Hype mobility as well. Compa, what can they get with the Annihilator here towards this hard point? They're going to have to face down a fair bit from Tribe as they look to hold on. Compa's going to find more value down low. Is that the opening they required? FaZe having none of it. He goes down for a couple of kills. Chagga, the next one up top, as Vague vacates that top side. Chagga will find his way through. Tribe Gaming, though, still in control.
Is still in control, and they need all of this 15 seconds towards the end of this rotation as well. You can see how much they're turtled. It just inside of the bakery. Hype mobility can just be annoying. Just a bunch of gnats trying to get control over through the high ground, trying to even get this 5 seconds. It's just another dagger in towards the back of Tribe Gaming, who just have to play flawlessly from here on out. It's a scramble through the entirety of the map so far. No operators to speak of, but P1 we go once more.
Tribe will close the lead somewhat. 40 points or so. Will we see our second phenomenal comeback from one of our stellar rosters today here on Hardpoint after what we saw earlier from Nexus? Don't want to cast jinx it, but it's certainly possible. Hype Mobility, though, just 30 seconds away from victory here and stealing away game 1 from Tribe. Looking for the time over by P1 right now, trying to fight this one from Brown. Coldest is going to open things up with 3 kills with the War Machine, though. That is the break that Hype Ability needed. Only one more player to deal with, and it's going to be Vague. And I thought for sure that Vague was going to be done and dusted, but no, he fights back with 3 of his own. Now more investment coming through from Tribe. They want this hard point.
Yeah, Washi with the Annihilator, 4 more bullets to be able to take a few more players down, able to get at least the hit marker, but Tribe get wiped off of P1. More time going over towards Hype Mobility. Not enough time to call game, but you look at the rotation over towards New. Hype have already played for the future, Brody. Look at the spread across that back alley.
Hype are ready for it. Again, 23 seconds away from victory or Hype Mobility. A couple of players now going to spawn out, though, for Hype here. Yawn, a crucial double towards that gas station side. That's damaging for Tribe as they try to break in towards this hard point. It needs to be some individual play, but it's just not happening. The hard point now going to pop here. Hype Mobility looking for the last 20 seconds. Can Tribe find a way through? Not when Yawn is cutting you down like that. Not when Comper is cutting you down like that. All 5 go down. Tribe Gaming now spawning out towards the backside alley. Hype Mobility just 10 seconds away from victory here. Every single angle is being watched. Yawn might have just put the hammer home. Hype Mobility take map number 1. Tribe Gaming stunned.
That's putting it lightly. I mean, I thought that we were going to be in for at least a competitive hardpoint, but the way that that first set of hills ended up breaking down was the continuation to Hype Mobility's success through all of those hardpoints that we got to see. Systematic breaks continuously coming through with superior map positioning, being able to isolate Tribe players left, right, and center. And then it was also the operator usage, Brody, was just so sublime out of Hype Mobility. Again, once they got possession of the hardpoint, then you started to see the investment. I want to say that maybe there was one hardpoint break that came through on P4 for Hype Mobility that they used all of an Annihilator just to try to help them get inside of the hardpoint. And that was it. Otherwise, Hype Mobility's operator usage was only when they were in possession. Tribe really did feel like they were playing on the back foot towards the end of the first set of hills. And that was only when it was about a 20-point lead. Hype Mobility's success not only on these breaks, but then the soon after holds are the sole reason why they were able to win this hard point and quite literally rip the rugs out from Tribe, who probably thought, much like ourselves here on the broadcast team, was going to be a simple 3-0. Nuh-uh. Coldest came to play today. 45 and 31 out of the kid, and we thought that Jan was going to be the one that kind of gave a little bit more oomph. He was right there beside him, 33 and 28. And also, you got to shout out Compa and Chaga, who were going AWOL through the beginning of that map. Compa will finish 39 and 27, 27 and 19 for Chaga.
And what a totally different performance from Coldest in particular. Again, a reminder as to context from last season, right? Coldest was on that Team Disciples roster that were never really, I mean, they were a competitive team, right? They played well in Hardpoint. They played well in Search and Destroy. Were they ever actually going to take series away from any of these top teams? Nah, that's not going to happen. And certainly Coldest, even though he had, I think, a positive KD at the end of the season, is still wasn't really putting up numbers like that against some of the top teams. So the fact he's able to come out and drop 40 plus in game number 1 is a stellar performance. And Hype Mobility, well, they'll be hyped now and mobile against this Tribe roster, because map number 1 victory for them means we will see a Hackney Yard later on in the series. We got our wish. We're happy bunnies here on the casting desk, but we got a Search and Destroy and a Control to get through before we get there. If we get there, because the way Hype are playing, I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? I'm just saying.
I don't know, man. It like, even taking that map 1 for what it was, and obviously congrats to Hype Mobility to be able to strike first in this best of 5 series. When it comes down to Search and Destroy, you know that there's going to be one game mode that these boys of Tribe Gaming have been studying, especially with how far a lot of these guys fell short, not only at Mobile Masters, but even the World Championship back in Atlanta, not even about a full year ago. So over towards takeoff we go. Offense at least first coming through for Hype Mobility, and it's takeoff. We're going to be sitting here for about 30 seconds until someone gets a couple snipes off.
That's why Takeoff Search and Destroy is the longest S&D map we have in COD, just because of how long it takes for these guys to engage. Oh, what a pre-nade coming out from Yorm, by the way. Great call. Not too sure whether they saw him at the start of the round. Perhaps the information was given by Compa that Vague had made his way up that deep towards the middle of the map. Washi having none of it, though. Kill through on towards Chagaboot, and that will slow things up even more so here for Hype Mobility. If they wanted to get control of A, that's not the start that they needed.
More map positioning, trying to be taken, but it's only trades to be had. Again, when it comes down to takeoff, when it comes down to sniper rifles in Tribe's hands, they are just playing at a line of fire away to be able to work some of these trades. Still trying to work their way out from the stadium. Not going to have any of it is Washi, who finds 4 in the round. That sniper seems to be ringing true so far, at least 1 round deep.
Washi Toppy on Toppy. 4 kills at the start of this search and destroy. Envy's going to take that ace away from him, but still a stellar start. Keeps Hype Mobility away from that ace site. Now look at aggression through the middle of the map here coming from Tribe. This is a very aggressive and a very different look. Nobody towards the back of the ace site. Trade going in favor of Hype Mobility here. That is a huge risk. A big defense of B, and I think the gambit there was that, hey, Hype Mobility are going to switch over towards B, but it's just not worked.
TV4, information, mutual, vague. Had a very uncharacteristic map number 1, but it will at least take down Coldest, not soon after of Washi being able to find another pick. So what was quickly a numbers advantage for Hype Mobility has now dissipated into a 2v2. They will get the bomb planted at B, and Washi and Vague are now going to join forces for this potential break, but very difficult to do here on B for a retake. So many corners they could be lurking at.
Yeah, Hype Mobility have retreated towards the lounge. Going to probably be relying on the top side, and I think Washi will know it. Going to keep an eye out for that inevitable check towards bomb. 25 seconds left. It's not come as fast as he would have liked. Tribe now have to be the ones to take action. The instigators in this situation. You're looking for the first snipe. Vague will take it away. There it is, that pick. But does it come too late is the question for me. Proximity looking for the 1 versus 2. Not going to get it done. Final kill comes through. There should be enough time to defuse for this for Washi. Tribe with a great retake there, but Hype Mobility doing something unconventional. It's difficult to make those B sites work, and they definitely try.
Yeah, I mean, typically, especially through this meta, what we'll typically see is an R9 shotgun off, at least inside of control, to be able to try to get yourself over towards lounge via the snipers. Very difficult to do, but got cut down on the cross. Tribe were able to get that retake working. So back to the drawing board for Hype Mobility again. Back to these sniper crosses. Can you work one of these first bloods and being able to maintain numbers in a post plan?
This is it. Back to that round number 1 look, as you said, from Tribe here. That round number 1 fell apart. Hype Mobility because of Washi's antics. Might be Vague that does it this time around. If you're Hype Mobility, you know that there's going to be an R9 looking in this direction. Now you most certainly do know. Vague put some warning shots out into the open. Time is being run down off the clock here. What a beautiful nade from Vague as well. Chagaboo down in the dirt. Hype Mobility now have to start this push on towards A. Have to find something. That's a great kill to respond from Compa. That's Washi down for the count. That's 1 player off the site. The sniper's gone, but Raballo is most certainly not. Raballo finds a double. That gives Tribe some continued control over by A. Hype Mobility, not the numbers in this situation.
And just when you thought it was 1 over here for Hype Mobility, it's actually 2 to watch the cross, so at least Raballo was able to get the reload off. And now you're being suppressed as Teabag has worked his way up past the scaffolding. 37 seconds remain, and Hype Mobility are starting to break out from this area. They're going to catch these players off guard. No Raballo. Barely lives to tell the tale, and last alive is Proxity. Immediate trade as soon as he was able to find a pick of his own. Tribe can simply do no wrong. Hype Mobility still searching for a lot of these answers. And it really just comes down to being able to work this first blood cleanly, which has only happened a single time, but the moment that they try to execute over towards the side, it all crumbles.
I mean, they take Washi out, right? I mean, they did what they needed to do. Just Raballo saves the round for Tribe. Hype Mobility back towards B they go. This worked to get on site before, but it's a very different look because they've already lost the first bloods in this situation. And they've already committed to it. They have to win these fights against Envy and Teabag here on the outer edge. Envy goes down. Teabag trades on out, though. Chagaby's made his way in towards the lounge. Bomb going to be sat down, though. So Teabag now needs to be dealt with to win this round. Oh, he doesn't finish his food versus Yawn. Fortunately enough, he goes back for seconds. And Yawn is on the plate. He will go down. Chagaboo now 1 versus 4, brought down to 1 versus 3. He trades out against Teabag.
Oh, he's just trapped outside a lounge. Yeah, Washi's just going to watch it. He's up to 8 eliminations for crying out loud. 4 rounds of just some really good search and destroy. And I almost said flawlessly, but there was 1 round that Hype Mobility absolutely should have on their board. But when Coldest drops an absolute bombshell performance of map number 1 and is currently sitting on a goose egg through map number 2, 4 rounds deep, it's not a good look. 2 more rounds on this side, and High Mobility back stuck inside their spawn for another offensive attempt to try to work some of these first bloods.
Good effort from Chagaby through the middle of the map. Can he find any more? Vake's gonna go for the Ego challenge. Well, I think it's warranted. Ego picks up that kill. Traded out from Proxity though. Washi's still the problem over by A. And again, Hype Mobility know it. Up close and personal is also going to be Raballo. Envy's finding value through the middle of the map. So still 2 versus 2. Proxity's done what he needed to. Getting the bomb down. Nade over the top. Is it going to connect for anything? Yes, it does. Proxity goes down. What a nade from Envy. And now it's down to Compa. 1 versus 2. 3-wrap through the middle of the map here. Envy spotted him out, and he will finish things off as well. Envy wins that round for Tribe.
I mean, that is just now 3 players at different points in rounds for Tribe that have stepped up and have absolutely iced up to be able to clutch the round for Tribe. Washi did it first, then Raballo, and now Envy. Really got to think this Tribe Gaming squad is pretty damn good at the video game. 5 rounds in a row for Tribe. Any response at all for Hype Mobility on this side has to be here.
Keep on alternating sides of attack here. Tribe have read this. Teabag's read it really well. Does he have the trigger discipline? No. Yes, he does find the first kill and the second as well. Proxity will trade things out, but Teabag, for him, the job is done. Coldest finds value, and now it's Envy to step up to the plate for Tribe Gaming. Brings it down to just Compa left to deal with 1 versus 3. Compa's got the bomb at least, but it's an espionage mission in towards the lounge. Does he have the gunny? Nope. Not even a chance. Tribe, a flawless defense here on takeoff.
Jinkies. Got ourselves a mystery on our hands. There's Hype Mobility slaying gun. I mean, it's also takeoff, and to be fair, with these sniper rifles, the way that Envy and Washi are playing, kind of makes Teabag's job that much easier, doesn't it? Aggression, realistically, is all you need if you are Tribe. 1 round to the good is all that is required. Compa will find 2. You got numbers again if you were Hype Mobility. We've been here before, but now the sides have swapped.
I was going to say before the round swap that it is worth saying that the 6-0 start from Tribe is not quite cataclysmic for Hype Mobility, of course. Takeoff, search, and destroy is very defensively sided. It's so difficult to get the bomb down on either A or B. Tribe have just demonstrated exactly why. Washi, though, top fragging at the moment here for Tribe. 1 versus 3 would be the cherry on the cake, and it's not even going to get that first sniper off. Chagaby closes out the round. Hype Mobility, they're on the board.
1 round at a time. This would be a Herculean comeback, but it is takeoff, and so long as Tribe continuously try to get aggressive, Hype Mobility might be able to get an iron grip on the situation. Tribe trying to go for the same exact thing, just trying to get themselves inside of control, maybe trying to work across this courtyard, but Proximity has worked itself into a very good corner.
It's the same kind of corner that we saw from Teabag previously, and it is actually going to be Teabag that falls foul to it. Big of a good trade, though. Information, you're comfortable with that if you're Hype Mobility, because now you know where Tribe are going. Full control. Seeing area as well. Tribe now just looking for another way in towards B. The biggest problem, of course, is that cross being watched by Hype right now.
Sure is. And High Mobility have elected just to trust Compa on this, even with the cross being held. Look at the 3-player entourage working their way inside a lounge. Kind of get crossed up with a couple bullets hailing their way. I try to escape back to Envy, who's just been watching the exit over towards Stadium. Are they going to try to flip this over towards A? There's not all the time in the world to try to clear all these corners, Brody.
You need some kind of heroic play here. Vague might have just got it. Gives himself away to Vague. Compa's not quite so suave of it. I think he's about to get hunted down by Vague, though. He takes Raballo down first, so that's the bomb plant that's going to be stopped. Tribe, though, even though they have numbers in this situation, still need to go and retrieve that bomb, perhaps take Hype Mobility down with 30 seconds on the clock. Can they get it done? Yawn just spotted out Envy. Envy's got the one-shot sniper in the situation. The Tundra is built for situations like that. And now Tribe will get this bomb down. Chaga, 1 versus 3. Finds the first versus Envy. It unnerves Fagan, stops the plant. And there is the final kill regardless. Washi is going to get it done, and Tribe will get it done here in the search and destroy. And that's the positives. Closing out your defenses, 6-0, totally flawless, in that you only need the 1 round as you switch sides.
Yeah, I mean, you can barely even draw it up to be more perfect. And hey, didn't work out the first time, just sprinting all the way through courtyard. So why don't we just be a little bit systematic when it comes down to working their trades and being able to work over towards B. And I gotta say, I mean, that's when inexperience really does come into the conversation. At the very least, a very winnable round to maybe try to get up their second. If you are looking at a Hype Mobility G's perspective, you just didn't need to push for more information. You had the crosses, you had the high ground being held over by the B bomb site, and you played right into Tribe's hands as being able to isolate the information via their numbers and being able to work their trades the way that you know that they are working to do when it comes on offense. Very, very difficult to be able to convert offensive rounds when it comes down to takeoff, search, and destroy. We saw that when you're going up against Tribe from Hype Mobility's perspective through 6 very, very difficult rounds. A couple clutches, sure, but Tribe Gaming really showcasing why they are no laughing matter, albeit now tied up in the series 1 apiece, and a very good takeoff, search, and destroy to bounce back from a standoff hardpoint.
Yeah, I think just Tribe are a very versatile team on the defense, right? And I think, fair play to Hype Mobility because they had a few different looks at both bomb sites to try and crack it, and they even took out the power players in multiple different situations. But you mentioned it, I think, at the half right before we switched. I say the half, it wasn't really the half, was it? I mean, it was about 80-90% through the game where we saw these standout performances in those early rounds. If it wasn't Washi looking over the site, if it wasn't Raballo picking up when Washi got cut short, if it wasn't Envy with the nade over the top and then the snipe to finish things off, if it wasn't Vay, I mean, everyone had their part to play. Everyone had a moment in those defensive rounds in which they were able to stand out and take Hype Mobility down. So that is a much more standard performance from Tribe Gaming. No nonsense now as they take the search and destroy in demanding fashion. And now we go over to a control here in this best of 5. It's time for literally the swing game in the series. Didn't think I'd be saying that between these two teams. Are Tribe now on fire? Are they now back to their normal form? Will we see any kind of resistance here from Hype Mobility?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know, because, I mean, Cold has had a massive map number 1 and then just was almost non-existent in the map number 2 comparatively to, like, Vague was non-existent in the map number 1 for Tribe and then had a very good map number 2. Who knows? Honestly, I mean, Control is always having a lot of different question marks when it comes down to it, especially versus 2 teams. When you get the data right in front of your face, whether that map number 1 kind of concluded, and especially with it being on Arsenal, it is very break-off dependent. Control always will be, but it goes beyond that. What does it look like once you end up getting that wipe? What does your team do soon after? A lot of questions. We need these answers.
Alrighty. Let's see what Hype Mobility had for us here. On the offense, as you rightly pointed out already, they've had 1 solid respawn in this best of 5, so surely we can't count them out here. And to start this round, they're winning the vast majority of the trades as well. T-Bag's going to have to come back. He did want to go towards the AA guns to get some map control and perhaps set up a spawn trap a little bit early. But now he needs to get more actively involved in control over the middle of the map because Hype Mobility, they're already here. Compro over the top, looking for the kill against T-Bag. T-Bag, what can he find? Just a little bit too much to handle there. Nobody able to do anything here for Tribe Gaming as Coldest finds 3. Hype Mobility might have just captured day off the start.
Yeah, it's looking good for it as well. Nobody's in a position for Tribe to try to stop this segment. You had 3 players. That's a very fast capture coming through for Hype Mobility. 2 minutes on the board to try to work over towards B. Tribe are currently setting themselves up for a couple of exits. Watch out for Envy. He's currently lurking inside of the ventilation. Jumps out. T-Bag will take down another on the opposite side. So you're starting to work a little bit more map positioning. If you are Tribe, Hype Mobility looking for the same exact thing, at least through the cafeteria and all the way past munitions as well. And we know how difficult this spawn trap is to try to combat it against Tribe trying to deny it before it even starts.
Good efforts from Tribe here. Not the start they wanted to this round, but certainly this has been a brilliant response. Now I'm going to see the Predator missile coming down from Coldest to buy some space for Hype Mobility. It will land, takes Washi out of the equation, or he can do further damage. All life advantage now for Hype Mobility. 1 minute 20 on the clock to try and make this move forward. Proxy, going to get that opening snipe on towards Vague. Looking for something solid here. Convincing for Hype Mobility to make that first move forward. It is a very one-dimensional attack. Pretty much everybody coming through the front of this hard point, but that is good enough for Hype Mobility. Yawn, Comp, Proxy. Everyone finding some value. Just one more player in the corner to contend with. It's Envy, who will actually find 1 kill. Trades, though, in favor of Hype Mobility as Yawn finds 2. Hyper on the point.
Yeah, crucial 2-piece. I mean, you had players here, if you are Hype Mobility, to maybe try to work some of these trades, but now you currently have 2 players sitting on the B control zone. 2 segments will be captured. Watch out for player number 5. Washi's currently working at least through the ventilation shaft to try to maybe work a little bit of a flank, but Proxity is actually going to pick it up, and that might at least try to thwart this pinch, but the retake from the steps will be successful for Tribe. But you still have 54 seconds. You are down just about double the lives if you are Tribe Gaming. To say you have to play this just about perfectly is putting it lightly.
You do indeed. Coldest has already found a couple of kills as well. I think this round really starting to slip through the fingers of Tribe Gaming. They have to be perfect now. Can't lose a single man on the board. Vague will win that gunfight versus Coldest, but the trades are good for Compa. 35 seconds. Still time a problem, though, for Hype Mobility. They do have to be somewhat strategic about this one, or maybe Yorn could just brute force his way in towards the point and take Envy down. Proxy follows up with a kill on towards Washi as well. Just down to Teabag now as Rabalo falls. And he's already just taken out Chagabu. You know where he is. Try and force him out in towards the open here. Teabag for a 1 versus 10. A 1 versus 3 on the point. Good luck, have fun, friend. Get what you can, because it's not going to be a lot. Hype Mobility take round number 1 in convincing fashion. An early capture over towards the A zone, I think, was the biggest problem for Tribe.
And I was sort of really wondering when that last player for Tribe was just going to throw their life away before even that second segment been captured would have been good. This is all dependent on how Tribe, if they can even win this offensive round, how it happens. 5 segments were allowed for Hype Mobility. Could be the difference in between a defense side or not. Only time will tell. Offensive attempt for Tribe. We have operators immediately being pulled. Yon with the claw, Compa here with the Annihilator, and it's a War Machine coming out for Rabalo, maybe as a response, but just gets completely blown out of the water to the rest of his teammates. For Tribe, the scramble through the middle of the map actually finally sways in Tribe's favor. Good trades to start off, but Tribe already saw on the clock.
Tribe happy as far as this start to the round is concerned. Good pre-fire coming through from Rabalo to take Proxity down before he can do some damage here. First tick already threw over by 8. High Mobility. Do they want to give this one a fair shake? Do they want to invest resources into stopping this point? They've got a couple of operators if they want to go for it. Yorn and Coldest will open up for a couple of kills now. It forces Rabalo to push through. Rabalo going to get shut down. Coldest is finding more value over on the point, and it's just down to Vague, who will actually find 1 kill. Keeps the hopes of a potential B capture alive. And while all this is going down, Teabag has got the Purifier in the spawn. He is burning everybody up, trying to bring the lives well in favor of Tribe. He might have just bought some space at least.
Spawn protection was there, and you're talking about space. Well, it's actually nowhere to be found. Look at the map positioning and the advantage that Hype Mobility still has on the map. You only had 1 player of Teabag in the defender spawn, but the rest of Hype Mobility were controlling through the middle of the map. 40 seconds remain. Just need 1 segment left over at A, and we'll add an extra 60 to the board. But can Tribe even try to get there, given that Hype Mobility has so much map positioning?
And Hype Mobility, despite getting spawn trapped there momentarily, still finding a way to be terrifying to Tribe. Gunfight's being won over by A, though. That should be an extra 60 seconds on the board now. And if you're Tribe, slow down. You've got an extra 60 seconds to work with. Try and fight for map control. Big gunfight going down over by the AA guns. Washi going to get taken out before any potential spawn trap can come through. So that's going to really raise the pressure for Tribe to make some kind of move towards the point. Predator missile down from the heavens is going to take Teabag out. Hype Mobility are winning every crucial gunfight. Their map control right now is insane.
Yeah, it really is. Even expecting the push to come all the way through the cafeteria. Not immediately traded, though. Vague's actually going to pop the equalizer and start working in towards the spawn. Has a smoke to help things out as well. He knows that 1 player is going to be coming off the spawn. It's going to be Coldest. Can he find any more? Yeah, the equalizer should guarantee at least one more player up through the elevator shaft. Not going to give him the 1v1, at least not yet. Vague just kind of having food dangled in front of him. And this is just bait. I mean, He's got 2 people looking at him right now while the rest of his team work the B control zone.
Yeah, Vague, I mean, he was trying to set up the spawn trap, right? But Yorn just pulling him back there in that moment. And he finds more value as well. It's so frustrating, a Hype Mobility, but have Tribe done enough here? They've got their way on towards the point. Vague has played his role perfectly, distracting Hype Mobility while Tribe have made their way towards the point. Jagabu's going to take himself down with the Sparrow, despite picking up that kill. Nowhere to stop the point. Tribe will win the round, but it is certainly not as convincing as Hype Mobility's first round victory.
And it's like I said, I mean, Tribe were able to do that off a control segment. So that's massive if we do end up going to a round 5. Who's going to have that defensive side? Should you even want it? It's Arsenal Control and Call of Duty Mobile for crying out loud. Only time will tell. No operators to speak of, at least through the opening break-off here. Going to have to do this the tried and true way. A nice little split coming through for Hype Mobility. Maybe try to find some value over towards B. But look no further. It's a scramble for A.
Hype Mobility. They won the first set of gunfights back in round number 1 convincingly. That's how they were able to capture 8 as early as they did. This time around, a little less convincingly. Yorn and Compa will trade on back, but still 1 player to contend with on the point for Tribe. It's Compa. Compa goes down. There is the wave of gunfights that Tribe wanted. They have some map control now. What's the reaction like for Hype Mobility here? It's a splintered push across the map. Coldest is able to produce these 2 pieces, these 3 pieces out of bloody thin air. He finds those gunfights. Now he finds the map control as well. And Coldest is just continuing to push the point home. buys map control for Hype Mobility. Tribe will stabilize here, but those individual plays from Coldest, they just keep on happening.
Yeah, and it opens up the doorway to maybe try to get themselves over towards B, but nobody's dealt with MV still inside of the vents. It's going to pop up on a very nasty head glitch, gets one player one shot. Proxity still lying in the corner, finds two somehow, some way. And kills to at least be even as far as lives are concerned. But Hype Mobility need to make a decision. What zone do we want in this point in time? And they corrected themselves. Stop going towards B, try to get 60 seconds out on towards the board because we're running out of time in this offense.
Tribe gonna have to kind of retreat to A here. Will they have the reads? I mean, they've got the reads. T-Bag's going to find Comper in this situation. Coldest, good response. I think Hype Mobility will have just captured A in this situation. I don't think Tribe will want to invest anymore into this one. Or maybe not. Wasn't actually able to see T-Bag on the minimap there because we were in the free cam mode. He will find a kill, but will not be able to stop that A capture going through. So an extra 60 seconds is what we will see. Big kill on the transfer from Proxity. Envy, can he stop this one? No. Looks away at the wrong time for the reload. Tagaby's going to find that kill. Potential here for Hype Mobility on the transfer, but great response from Tribe Gaming and stop any potential spawn trap.
Yeah, especially looking for a push to come through the cafeteria. Those two kills might just set Tribe up to maybe retake the middle of the map. But you still have players lurking around, and it's Coldest, because of course it is. Jan will be there for the bait. Purifier on the opposite side for T-Bag. Not here alone. Washi alongside his teammate trying to work this spawn trap. They're missing a few of these players. We've already pushed all the way past the middle of the map, already captured the A control zone, but T-Bag's behind them during this push, communicating that to everybody. Sees Chag down low, last alive for this initial push, actually gets turned on, but traded nonetheless. Tribe have all of the map positioning and time running out to boot.
Hype Mobility trying to find the offense here. Maybe Compass Annihilator is the thing that will do this. Obviously, Tribe also bringing out their operators. Coldest is finding the kill. Compass going to get it done with the Annihilator. All of a sudden here, Washi left alive with this Annihilator. Have to find these kills. He can only connect for one. Yawn on the other side going to bring the claw out for the gunfights. Raballo will trade things out. Tribe now left up to 2 versus 5. It's just down to Envy and Raballo here to save this round. They have to be strategic about this one. Can't even take Coldest out on the flank. Raballo will get that one done. But still, a 2 versus 4. Hype Mobility over on the point. Envy tries to get the kill done individually. He's not going to be able to. Raballo can't win his 1 versus 1. And we go offense for offense at the start of this control. Hype Mobility clutch up.
Yeah, and an opportunity for Hype Mobility to take this swing map mode combination of an Arsenal control versus unarguably the #1 team, at least on paper here for North America, Call of Duty Mobile. The narratives are writing themselves. Tribe need to win another offense to push it to a round number 5 and have a good opportunity to maybe try to get on defense. But you know how things have gone. You probably want the offense given how all 3 rounds have concluded thus far. It's a battle through the middle of the map. Operator immediately popped by Vague, trying to get into the enemy's face and immediately shut down by Yawn. Clock was stalled out there for a moment, but Hype Mobility wipe house.
Hype Mobility starting very strong here on the defense. Tribe, though, still hanging about. Washi for a couple of kills. Washi needs to procure a 3rd here if he wants to keep the hopes and dreams of capturing this A zone early on alive. Now number 4 as well. Washi's going to get it done. When you call on Washi to do it, Washi is absolutely going to do it. That's 5 for Washi, a full wipe. And it keeps Tribe in the conversation over by A. But Tribe are not convinced with A just yet. They want to have pawns on both sides of the board. They want to try and get players over towards B. Is that an error, though? Because you're splitting your forces. You don't have as convincing of a push on either of them as you would like.
T-Bag actually wins a big one over by Munitions. So that's going to be the flank that you might have to be considered about if you are Hype Mobility. They're conceding this A control zone. A minute will be added on towards the board, and Tribe currently have a 3-life lead. And there goes T-Bag on that flank. You have a Predator missile. If you are Washi, off of that amazing start towards this round in response, might need it just to try to work your way out from this little bit of a situation. But you still have T-Bag. Here comes the Predator missile to be able to give him the information on where some of these players are located at.
Well, she's going to bring that Predator missile down from up high. He talks about that potential plank from T-Bag. He's doing it right here. Hype Mobility will have to waste some timer off the clock to deal with T-Bag. It's reinforcements that aren't going to be able to help the 2 players that are trying to set up the spawn trap. Maybe they don't reinforcements. Proxy is going to win one of the gunfights. Jagaby's still alive as well. T-Bag dealt with on the flank now. So Hype Mobility out of the temporary prison that they were in. Tribe now on the way to the site. Faye going to pick up that gunfight. Chakabu, though, wasn't dealt with in from behind, and Chakabu's going to find all 3. It's going to leave Faye all on his lonesome towards the point. Faye can only procure 1 gunfight. Chakabu might have just held this round back for Tribe.
So got a minute and 10 seconds left on the board. This is perfectly enough time for Tribe to maybe try to work one more wipe and stall out that clock. We'll have to see. High Mobility have a really good grip on the situation at hand, especially for Coldest. Playing in that corner, he will be the first alarm system towards this B push, and it's all coming from the front out of Tribe.
And nobody around the flank here. You're running right into the head-first gunfight of Coldest, who will find 3 kills in a row. Raballo's going to bring that war machine out, but only finds 1 with it. Tribe might have numbers in this situation, but they've got very little map control, and that will not favor them whatsoever. 2 operators on side for Hype Mobility. The 1 operator that Tribe did have. Now there's a second one. It's going to come out from Washi. What can he get with it? Chagaboo now with the Sparrow out as well. Washi the 1 kill. Chagaboo also going to find one on the other side. Now a 4 versus 5. Numbers not in favor of Hype Mobility here with 26 seconds on the clock. The clock will stop. Washi still looking for more. Yawn with the claw will find 1. Compa comes out with his Annihilator 2. It's absolute operator mayhem here. 20 seconds on the clock. Hype Mobility and Tribe. 2 versus 2. And Compa now back on the point. Looking to try and win some individual 1v1s. 15 seconds, Tribe. You have to go now. You have to make your way towards the point. Envy's going to invest the claw. Could this be it? Coldest, you produced 2 pieces in the past. Not going to be able to do so here. Tribe force a round 5.
I don't know why he just doesn't slide back down the stairs. There was only 7 seconds remaining. He could have given up a segment or 2. Maybe try to go for the retake. He had time for maybe a flank all the way through Cafe. Oh, that could have been a 3-1 for Hype Mobility. I saw it in the stars. But instead, we go towards a round 5, where a lot of operators got pulled late. They're in round number 4 to be able to end up here. It's an offense for Hype Mobility. Do they want this side? Because instead of going over towards A, they kind of escalate the situation by going over towards B. Teabag has a good purifier timing to be able to at least find 1. Gets shut down soon after, but the opening break-off won by Tribe nonetheless.
Exactly what they wanted. Tribe on the defense here to start this round out. It's been the thing that's been the problem over the last couple. Vague doesn't think it's going to be a problem though. Finding a lot of kills here. Our Tribe only giving up 2. Now going to be 3 as Yorn will double up. Vague's now going to bring the equalizers out to really drive this point home though. Envy also finding another one. Look at the start of this round from Tribe. It's been the most convincing round yet from them. Only giving up 4 lives. They've brought Hype Mobilities down to 20. And Hype here stelling way away from their spawn. They're trying to go through the AA gun side.
Yeah, they want to try to work this munitions push, and Rabal is going to be able to get that information. How many players did he see? Might not even matter. Through the big window, Proxy is going to be able to take down Washi. Now he starts swarming over towards his A control zone, but it still trades to come through, and nobody was expecting Envy to still flank all the way through Lounge somehow. So the onus comes down to Chag to try to find more value inside the spawn, but the Pred missile from Vague will completely de-earth him from such a push. 10 seconds remain, and Hype Mobility desperately over towards B.
Hype Mobility. You can really feel them for the first time in this control. Absolutely struggling to get anything going. There's only 5 seconds left. Hype Mobility. This was a control that they will feel they should have won. Can they save it in this situation? Compa and Chagaboo win a couple of gunfights. 1 second on the clock here. Is it enough? No, not as Raballo and Vague will finish things off for Tribe Gaming. A heck of a control. Arguably the best control that we've watched all season long in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and Tribe will come out on top. And I kind of hinted there towards the end, if I'm Hype Mobility with how well I played that control, I am damn frustrated.
Oh, I would be as well. Again, that very much so could have and probably should have been a 3-1, but get a little bit too eager. You see the claw being pulled out. You probably just want to throw your life away, expecting to have an operator advantage going in around number 5. Not the case at all. Vague completely unearths a push coming through from Hype Mobility to start off that round and gets right in towards the enemy's lounge just to really drive it home, as you said. Tribe were definitely tested when it came down to this Arsenal control. Hype definitely brought the aggression. It was slaying side by side with Tribe continuously. But towards that round number 5 on defense, the only difference started off with Vague with that equalizer. It was the first time that we saw it happen for an operator to be popped. It was the first time that we saw Hype Mobility through 3 offensive attempts start their way over towards B and got immediately stuffed. They struggled soon after to try to work their way through the map through about, what, 2, maybe 3 Predator missiles. That is a difficult situation to have for yourself if you are Hype Mobility, especially when you start off this series so hot.
Man, That is a frustrating control and a half. Hype Mobility, though, through the respawns, I think especially in this best of 5, continue to prove themselves an ever-present danger for Tribe. You can see it there. Great performances coming out from Yawn, a player I mentioned at the start of this best of 5, and Coldest as well, who continues to prove that he is much better than what he was back in Season 4. Looking over towards the Tribe side, though, a team effort and a half. Has to be said, it does feel like, with only, I think, a Teabag, technically speaking, going positive, this is a situation where Tribe were outslayed in that game and still came out on top.
Yeah, again, like they were tested in all the ways that I'm sure they probably weren't expecting. I mean, look, I've known these guys for quite some time at this point. Every single time I get to talk to them on LAN, they are some of the most confident individuals. I'm sure they were probably thinking coming into this series, don't worry, we'll take care of these guys. They're not simply on our level, but not the case at all. Again, Vague had a very much more appearance in this map number 3 comparatively to what we had in the map number 1, and it's a very scary sight to behold for yourself. For even Tribe, when they do get outslayed, what they can still do fundamentally on the map is just as good as any other team. Is it good enough to compete with the teams on the East? Well, hey, there's still a lot more time in between now and the World Championship, so you still have some things to figure out. But a map number 4 nonetheless, Hackney Yard on the docket. And hey, again, this is a map mode combination that's relatively new. Who knows what honestly could happen since we got map 1 going towards at least Hype Mobility's favor. Maybe it could be map 5.
Who knows, dude? Who knows? Honestly, at this point, I think we came into this series convinced that this would be a 3-0 to Tribe because, I mean, duh. I mean, you look at the history of these two rosters. Tribe, one of the best teams in North America. The composition of these players, even though this is the first time we're seeing these 5 players play together under this team, still, compare that to the history of a roster like Hype Mobility that either haven't qualified for the Snapdragon Pro Series in the past, or when they have, they haven't done all that well. This is the best that we've seen for any of these 5 players. And now into this hard point, can they force a game 5 out of Tribe? What a performance it would be. Well, for start here on Hackney Yard, they seem to be wanting exactly that. They start very strong.
And Tribe started off on the favorite side of the map, and what we mean by that is over by P2. And if you missed our first series, P2 is a very good hard point for yourself. Very difficult to be able to break. I don't need to go in towards an entire 10 bulletin thesis on the reasoning behind it. But still scrambling through the P1 warehouse. Still got 30 seconds left to fight over, so Tribe cannot allow all this time to go over scot-free. Hype Mobility have already gotten the majority.
Hype Mobility will be very happy with this. Again, P1, generally speaking, and hardpoint is not something you ever really expect to get a wealth of time from. Comp will be very happy with that as he picks up a couple of kills off the back of this rotation towards New as well. Envy will cut all 3 players down that attempted to cross towards New hardpoint. And while Hype Mobility will walk away with about 45 seconds in total off the back of P1, Tribe will have an opportunity, if the setup is right here towards P2, to fight back and gain the lead right back from Hype Mobility.
Well, it comes down to this P2 hold. This is a really good setup as well. Just to talk about the overall setup, the first alarm system would be Vague. It's playing over by that very godlike head glitch. Kappa's the only one to make his way past over by the blue picket fence, and actually gets Chag to spawn on in. So it mostly just comes down to what happens over by the OE and how much more Kappa can find. Absolutely nothing, but Chag is still able to slip the net. He's inside the tire shop and currently stalling out the clock as well.
Tribe are winning all of these gunfights, but they will take out Vague, and I think that's the biggest thing now. It gives Hype Mobility an opening towards this hard point. They have to actually follow it up with kills, though. Washi's going to pick up exactly where Vague left off. He goes down after picking up one gunfight. Tribe Gaming know how important holding this side of the hard point can be. Vague now leaving where he came off spawn to pick up some more gunfights. Tribe are doing a really good job at keeping Hype Mobility away, and as they go towards this new hardpoint now, it is just going to be a 1 versus 1 for the scrap time. Teabag looking for it with a prize fight as Chagaby will take him down for the scrap, but Tribe able to take the lead away from Hype Mobility now as we go towards the next hardpoint. That was the P2 they wanted.
Only lost 9 seconds from a nice little timing coming through from Chag, and you're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about that if you are Tribe for a lot of different reasons. It mostly comes through the push that came through to the backside of the warehouse stairs, being able to get themselves onto the backside of the stacks P3, and now they have closer spawns. It's a scramble, at least for the front end of this time. Yon's going to be able to take down Robalo, so currently Hype Mobility in possession of the time, but can they maintain this presence on the map, especially with the high ground? So far, Yon, so good. Trades
back and forth now for this hard point. Tribe Gaming the ones in control, but still Not quite satisfied with the map control they've got just yet before jumping in towards the hill. Now they finally are, as Ballet picks up a kill with a nade. Chagabu going to fight back here. Hype Mobility looking to find a way through to take Tribe out. Instead, they'll be comfortable with taking Tribe out of the hard point from range. Do they have anybody there to install themselves in for the scrap time, though? Proxy with the coverage of the smoke will look for it. And Hype now will be looking for that scrap time, but looking over towards New. Now we're going to start to see some of these operators come out, as we usually do, towards P4. Vague's equalizers will not last that long, as Hype Mobility look to be the first team to touch, but there is Tribe presence overkit. 3 players to contend with while Yawn holds the top side. Couple of players also outside. Chagabu and Compa, big gunfights. Yawn with the equalizers, looking to garner some control. He's already picked up 1 kill. How much more can Yawn find? Gonna get the kill against on towards Vague, and another one as well. Yawn is popping off right now. Hype Mobility have control.
And how crucial do you think that moment in time is that Vague popped the equalizer, a very crucial operator that we've seen find big success on this office hardpoint, gets immediately shut down, and then 2 more to follow for Tribe. But Yawn's value with the claw allows Hype Mobility to maintain presence on this office hardpoint. Here comes Vague, here with the equalizer, trying to at least maintain presence on this hardpoint, is able to find at least the kills required to help his running mates get back inside the time, but immediately dealt with, at least in trades. High ground at least being maintained for Tribe. They should be able to secure this back 15 seconds as we start thinking about the rotation to New.
And this is such a back and forth game between these two teams. I would expect no less after what we saw back in game number 1. Who's going to get control of New? Hype Mobility do get a couple of kills, but ultimately it's Raballo and Envy that should be able to garner early control over this hard point. Smoke will give Proxy the coverage to get in towards this hill. And now all of a sudden, T-Bag has a lot to do. It's going to employ the Purifier to get this one done. Maybe wait a little bit longer for his teammates to come over the top. Compa's going to get a kill from long range with the Annihilator towards the hard point. T-Bag will find only one with that Purifier. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Tribe Gaming, though, they come out on top. Off the back of it now, they have the spawns for New. Coldest will get a couple of kills, though, Tribe. It won't be long before they're under siege once again. And Compa already starting to pick things up with the Annihilator. How much more value can Hype Mobility find here on this pushing towards the kill? Compa and Coldest combined for 3. One more player left to contend with is going to be T-Bag. He's down to 50% HP. Vague, can he save the day? T-Bag once again just trying to play his life here. Jump around the top to try and get in from behind. He's the movement king at the moment. He's played his life for long enough that Tribe will be able to get back through. They're not allowing Hype Mobility any time whatsoever.
No, and again, it's just keeping it scrappy, and it's maintaining Tribe's 5-point lead. But finally, the dust will settle. Compa will at least secure the back 5 seconds. So it's a very, and I mean very, slight lead for Hype Mobility going in towards the second set. And this is where things really started to build for them off of P1. Almost feels like the map completely got reset. Tribe on the better side of the map. Hype Mobility trying to break back inside P1, but you have a lot of numbers for Tribe to be worried about. And I got to tip it for Coldest. Thought that maybe he might be able to work a flank all the way through the OE pass office. That's being watched by Vague. And Hype feeling the pressure, pulling out an operator. The Sparrow for Chat gets shut down by Envy.
Big hardpoint time here for Tribe. Hype Mobility setting themselves up on the left side of the mini-map here for control of P2. Now they want a slice of P1. Yawn going for it. He's going to get shut down. Coldest will produce a couple of kills. Is it good enough? Can't find any more, though. Will Compa now proxy in towards the time. Shot's not that great there with the SMG. So Tribe will win the vast majority of the trades. And as they find 3 kills between them, that should be it for this time. This is going to go Tribe's way. Hype Mobility, though, settled with the new hardpoint. Vague going to bring out the equalizers here to do some serious damage. He's already cleared 2 players out. One more up top to contend with. Vague, can he be the hero in this situation? Yes, he can. Going to find Chagabu. Vague will take down more as well. That's opened up the path for Tribe.
But now Coldest, even with the War Machine pulled out, was able to at least find that trade. Now needs to be entry as well. Is able to get up through the top side of the tire shop, finds 2 more. It allows these close spawns over by the office to come through, and Coldest gets bumped as well. Yawn with the claw to try to reinforce this hill. The Tribe still spawning nearby. Raballo now with the War Machine, able to find himself 2 more. Coldest trying to keep things equalized for his team, but unsuccessful in that. Tribe still holding on. Still a lot of time to fight for here too.
Yeah, this could be the break that makes a difference here in this game and this series as well. We often talk about how P2 is the hard point to get control of, where they've broken it within the first 15 against Hype Mobility, and now they have a growing, massive lead against Hype Mobility. Tribe still looking for kills inside, though. Hype Mobility trying to contest for the back 20 seconds here. Only one more player to contend with will be Chagabu. Nice nade to open things up. We'll actually follow up another kill as well. Washi's shots are not all that great. Chagabu goes for the slide, and Washi will punish. So Tribe now, off the back of that mammoth hard point will have a 90-point advantage or so against Hype Mobility. This is not good for them whatsoever. The rest of this hard point needs to be great from them.
It sure does, and even on transition, much like how we got in the previous set, Brody, is actually starting to escalate in such a manner. Again, Hype Mobility getting cut down on rotation. You had players for Tribe pushing office, players for Tribe pushing past the warehouse side. You had split spawns coming through from Hype Mobility, finally stabilized on the backside of P5. So have players to be worried about. Inside of the current hardpoint is Washi with the Annihilator, finally dealt with, but you still have Tribe players nearby.
Tribe players once again breaking in towards the time. Yawn will find a couple of kills. If you're Tribe though, your objective here in this situation is just to keep Hype Mobility away from this hard point. Don't give them anything to work with whatsoever. And Washi gonna bring that Predator missile down to keep Yawn and Coldest out of this hard point. Hype Mobility now looking for the back 20 seconds. They just cannot get players into this time no matter what they try though. Tribe Gaming doing a stellar job at keeping Hype away from this. They've got what, 3 or 4 seconds off the back of this hill. Finally they'll get in for the back 15. I don't even know if they'll get that though, because Washi comes in for the scrap time, removes Hype Mobility from it. And Hype Mobility get nothing from that kill. Now we move over towards New, and there's only one player here for Hype Mobility. It's Compa up top, and he gets dealt with.
Oh, and even Vague just shutting down Proxity on rotation, was trying to be that player in for Hype Mobility, has an equalizer ready to be popped, but everybody for Tribe is popping off. Here comes Proxity, now with the equalizer up top first, trying to find any kills whatsoever, but it's Teabag now to meet him with the Purifier, completely cleans house, and now can start working some of these timings, these angles to help out his team break back in. Tribe looking at the finish line here with another quick break.
Here come the operators out from Tribe as well. It's 2 to talk about. Rabalo's War Machine is now the only one up though, as Vague's going to get shut down. He's picking up kills left, right, and center. Rabalo up close here with the War Machine is good enough. Tribe can finish things off the back of this hard point. It's a full yellow feed from them. Hype Mobility spawning out in Narnia as far as this hill is concerned. Just 10 seconds now. All they need to close this one out, and they are winning every single gunfight possible. Hype Mobility will be in desperation mode to try and survive the onslaught. It's just not happening. Nobody to touch the hard point and try find another gear, the one that they require towards the back half of Hackney Yard hardpoint to close out this series.
When we go back, if we have a replay package of that, I want everybody to look distinctly at what the score line was when we got back to P1 for the second set of rotations comparatively to what the score was at the end. It was about a 150 to 20 score line difference in between the first set towards the end of the game. You asked for Tribe to get tested. Yeah, it was there. You asked for Tribe to try to do the damn near impossible that is Hackney Yard, breaking P2 and then continuously hitting the throttle all the way through the center of the earth. That was soon to follow. This is the Tribe that we expected to come out all the way back in the standoff map number 1. Hype Mobility definitely tested them, and then Tribe soon answered back in kind. Hype Mobility had a really good opportunity through that second set, Brody, to be able to answer back in kind. But even with Tribe pushed against the wall, it came through from Vague's equalizer to break back inside P2. That relentless pressure, through the warehouse into the office allowed them to break back inside P3. But the one crucial battle for me comes through from Vague, working through the courtyard, being able to shut down Proxity to try to get inside of the office building with the equalizer. Should that happen for Hype Mobility, they might have been able to at least guarantee themselves at least 25 to 30 seconds. Not going to be the case. Tribe never left the driver's seat there in the second set.
Yeah, and the thing I would say as well, right, is just imagine how different that game is if Tribe don't break P2 on the second set, right? If Hype Mobility do get the full 60,
Agreed.
It's a significantly more competitive game. Even with Tribe not letting Hype Mobility get a single second off the back of the hard point after that, even with Tribe getting a dominant control of the rotation towards the next hill, towards P4 after that, it is that P2. It constantly is that P2 that can make or break a Hackney Yard hard point, and Tribe proved exactly why there. As they take the hard point away, they win the series 3-1. And to be honest here, looking over at the stats at the end of the game, again, Tribe just coming out on top, looking at the slaying power of the likes of Vega. You already mentioned it, 38 and 29 to his name. Envy also at 37 and 31. Man, it feels so damn good to see some of these players back together again.
Listen, that was an insane performance on behalf of Tribe Gaming, but we knew that they were capable of either coming back when they're in a situation where they're behind, or just being a strong team in general. I'm actually really impressed by Hype Mobility, because they were able to take a team that we've said time and time again is the best in the region and not only take a map off of them, but make them struggle to get some of the wins on the other maps. I think that was really indicative of how much work they put in between open finals until the challenge season. They worked hard on their squad. They knew who they were facing off against. And even though they lose this particular matchup, they still have another opportunity. They'll drop down to that lower bracket and they'll be facing off against Hydra, former Pollos Locos, the team that lost to Nexus earlier on in the day. And I think this is going to be a banger of a matchup now, Brody.
Yeah, honestly, all I'll say, right, is who on earth put Group B together? Because every single team in this group is on fire. It is an absolutely wild group. And yeah, Hydra and Hype Mobility, and I think we kind of both written them off a little bit about, you know, you're having to face Nexus, you're having to face Tribe. Surely you're not going to be able to do anything. And albeit, you know, Nexus win 3-0, Tribe win 3-1, the maps themselves are competitive. Hydra making a close hard point against Nexus, giving us a close search and destroy against Nexus. And we just saw what Hype Mobility were able to do. Honestly, I love it. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top of this matchup.
Especially when we take into consideration that both Hydra and Hype Mobility are new names as far as the squads go to SPS this season. I mean, this is going to be a back and forth battle. That means, though, at the top of our bracket, Nexus and Tribe Gaming will be one step closer to solidifying a spot in Challenge Finals. They will now be done for today, so they'll get to take a little bit of a break, and they will face off against each other next time we check out this Group B side of our challenge season. So come back when that happens, because that matchup is also going to be insane. I mean, that was probably what we expected coming out of the bracket ability-wise proper, but I think it's still going to be a difficult back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, look, I expected, as many do, when we look at Tribe, to be holding them on the pedestal that I'm sure they probably placed themselves on, but obviously tested in that map number one. Nice to see a lot of household names, specifically Vague, bounce back from a very uncharacteristic map one performance. But this Group B, much to Brody's point, I don't know who put this group together. You deserve a pay raise, my friend, because this is an absolute onslaught of a group. It feels like anybody could beat anybody on any given circumstances. A lot of good surprises through a lot of different instances so far.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting day so far. We still have one more match here to go. Before we do that and before we go to a break, though, just a reminder to fill out a survey. If you're just joining us, or if you just haven't done so yet already, you can scan the QR code that pops up on your screen. That'll take you on over to a survey. Give us your thoughts about everything we're doing here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, what you love, areas you think we can improve. We'd love to hear your feedback on what we've got going on here so far. And if you do that, you'll be entered to win a $100 gift card. Super easy, super fast. We'd love to hear your thoughts. But it is time for us to go to a short break so we can allow our teams to get themselves reset and ready for the final match of the day. When we return, one of these teams will be eliminated, and one team will keep their hopes of continuing on in the competition alive. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. I hope you enjoyed your break and that you are ready to dive into the last match for today, which will also be our first elimination match for Group B between Hydra and Hype Mobility. Both of these teams having faced off against some pretty tough opponents on the upper side of that bracket and now fighting to stay alive in the competition here. This is going to be a really, really close back and forth. A great way to close out the day of competition here. Hydra put on a performance, as did Hype Mobility. I think it's going to be tough, Brody.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, like, so often I think you kind of, you want to write off the lower round one matchup of just like, all right, look, here's the teams that lost. They're not that great, and, you know, they're not going to do that well. These teams are great. I really enjoyed them going up against Nexus and Tribe respectively. Hydra, of course, did go up against Nexus. They were very competitive on Hackney Yard Hardpoint. They took a few rounds in Search and Destroy. It was really just the control where it felt like they weren't in the conversation. But still, Hydra are a great team. They look awesome. And I think, you know, we had that conversation about, look, you know, this is a team that in their LATAM region last season were not that competitive. It's good to see them being competitive here.
I think
Absolutely.
Expectations weren't set too high when it came down to their opening round matches. I think that much you could say in between both Hydra and their opponents as well, is that we didn't expect them to be able to do the things that they did. I'm sure that they probably gained a lot of fans today. Very unfortunate we have to say sayonara to at least one.
Yeah, it'll be a tough back and forth for these teams, and it'll be a little bit sad, like you said, but I'm excited to see which one can fight to stay alive in this lower bracket. This was not an easy group, like you both have said a couple times now, so a little bit unfortunate, but we'll pull up our map picks as well, see what we've got going on. A little bit of information obviously gained on behalf of both these squads as they're able to watch each other compete against those other teams, and now we get to see what they decided to go with. You are wondering where the firing range was. Well, it's back in here now, Brody.
Love to see it. It wouldn't be COD Mobile without a firing range. I felt so homeless with COD Mobile over the last few days and weeks. We've not had a firing range. I've been really sad about it. We've got firing range. It's back in the mixer, and you love to see it for map number 2. Also back in the mixer for this best of 5 is going to be Standoff to kick off this series, and that's interesting, of course, because you saw Hype Mobility take that map earlier on against Tribe, so that's good for them. And we get the Hackney Yard that Hydra made life tough for Nexus as well. So honestly, to see both of those hard points here in the best of 5, I think that's probably the most interesting thing here.
And Hackney Yard is back for map number 4. We get 3 best of 5s on one single day for one single broadcast, and they all have Hackney Yard potentially to be played. Very interesting to be able to see, because both of our two teams did surprise us at certain moments on that map mode combination. Respawn specifically for Hype Mobility were very good, though this Hydra roster could definitely slay. Very excited to see what they do look like on Standoff, because I'll keep it a $150 with y'all. I think that Hype Mobility has definitely got my cash in this brag.
I mean, after what we saw them do up against Tribe as well, I'm not surprised by that, but I'm not going to count anybody out yet, because I think we've seen quite a few moments throughout today and just in this region, in EU as well, where we've been surprised repeatedly by teams that we've considered underdogs. So I think this is going to be a great way to at least finish everything out. And like we said, everybody at home, if you're just joining us, whoever wins this match will stay alive and continue competing in the lower side of the bracket. Whoever loses will be eliminated from the challenge season right now, okay? So chat, let us know your thoughts. Who you think's taking this one home? Who's going to survive and continue on? Because match number 3 is about ready to get underway. So let's close out this bracket.
Well, we have to say goodbye to one of these two teams, and that's really sad because they provided us a lot of entertainment over the last few hours, Andy. Honestly, I think it's kind of a byproduct, right, of the system that we have here. Obviously, if this was last season when we had the round robin format, we'd get to see a hell of a lot more of these teams. We'd get to see kind of what they look like stacked up against the Group A teams, and I think inarguably, at least for me, I think they probably would have destroyed them. So, you're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams here.
It probably would end up destroying them. I mean, we traded room to grow with round robin to not a whole lot of margin for error. That margin for error is now gone. Both of these two teams did face off against our 2 of top 3 teams that we have, because we don't want to exclude status quo from that entire conversation within their first round matchups. But you did have a lot of bright spots if you are these two teams to walk away from when it comes down to this best of 5. Not all of the data in the world, at least for you and me, maybe more for Hydra when it comes down to search and destroy destroy, but respawns for these two teams didn't look too shabby, specifically for the hardpoint. I think we're mostly looking at the operator manipulation coming through from Hydra, what they were able to do versus that Nexus roster there on that Hackney Yard, comparatively to just the overall slaying prowess that we got from Mobility versus one of the top, if not the top dog here in North America versus Tribe. So again, this is a coin flip, honestly speaking, on which way this might end up going. Not too sure which ways the map set might end up going. All I can tell you for certainty, this is going to be a square up because qualification is still on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams, they were fighting hard against Nexus and Tribe respectively, and they're going to be fighting even harder now because, as you said, their tournament lives are on the line. And it's important to note as well, something well ahead of us in this situation. You're not just fighting to stay alive in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You're not just fighting to stay alive for a potential spot in Challenge Finals. Down the line, you're fighting for a chance to represent your region in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for this year. There's only a handful of spots for North America on the line. And given how competitive these guys have been against Nexus, against Tribe, honestly, it is not that far outside the realms of possibility, especially given what happened in the European region yesterday during Challenge Finals, to say that there is a real shot that these guys have at taking one of these spots. So they're fighting for a lot here, Andy.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I think I speak for everybody that not only lives in the North America region, but has also been there for the past 2 World Championships, is that NA just needs to get back into their winning form. What happened at DreamHack Atlanta was lackluster, and that continues on the conversation of what you and I talked about when it comes down to these European teams. We just need to be able to compete better with the Eastern teams, especially when you think about some of the super teams that were made, not only to still compete against what is known as godlike over there in the Indian region. So a lot of eyes on here for North America to step up again through all the roster mania. We've concluded to a lot of these teams to be able to step up to the plate and potentially beat some of those teams when it comes down to LAN in a few months' time. But then you also have these other teams that kind of got some of the best parts of other teams to be able to maybe find their own different route and avenue to represent the North America region, to your point there, on such a global stage. So still a lot of time left to potentially be able to do that. Again, it just comes down to this one best of 5 to be able to see what you look like when the pressure is truly on. Could end up quite literally making or breaking a team, if not a couple of individuals.
Yeah, and you talk about kind of the international stage, right, and what things have been like for North America, and of course you kind of briefly mentioned there Europe. We don't need to talk about that. But for North America, obviously, I mean, for Worlds last season, obviously, I think a lot of the hype was around the then Luminosity Gaming, of course, then they became Seminole, being the team to beat. I mean, that was like the vast majority of our storylines going into that event, that, hey, Luminosity are definitely going to win this event, and then they didn't. They got shot by Godlike. But even beyond that as well, we talk about Mobile Masters most recently. I think it was back in April, right, where Seminole, I think, were kind of short-handed a little bit. They lost Tectonic before the event. I think it was visa issues that prevented him from going out there. Cartels did a really solid job of filling in for him, but even that wasn't enough for them to overcome Q9, I think, were the team that beat them in the semi-finals. So North America, I think, just, again, they do need to get back on top. You need the best representation possible at World Championships. And these two teams, while they aren't necessarily the best, with a little bit more practice and a little bit more seasoning, these guys could come out on top. But they have to get past each other first. It is do or die time. Your safety net of the lower bracket is gone. You lose this series, you're out.
Standoff hardpoint going to be the first venue for a very crucial best of 5 series between these two teams. Again, we did see this Hype Mobility team go up against Tribe. They were able to win this. It was the map #1 in their previous best of 5 that didn't even conclude not too long ago. So maybe you might be able to continue on with such an escapade. The opening wave of gunfights might suggest to do so. They're on the better side of the map, Brody, and they're currently soaking up some time.
Hype Mobility very happy with this hardpoint control, just like we saw versus Tribe. Now looking for more kills. Comper and Chagaboo going to combine for a couple here. Hype Mobility already starting to earn some streaks early on in this game. The Hunter Killer drone will be in the back pocket for Comper. I think he's going to utilize it early on to try and get some P2 control. Hype Mobility, they get the first 30 seconds off the back of P1. Now already starting to fight for P2. But Hydra are being pesky. They're being annoying. They've got Fabuloso in towards that gas station. And I do wonder how much damage he can do. He's going to have to do something here because his teammates are dying around him.
Yep, sure are. Good wave of gunfights on transition here for Hydra. Would love to be able to find where Comp is located at. Are they even aware that he's still hanging out up here? Awkward 1v1. Somehow Comp is going to be able to walk away with 2, but Hydra is still able to get the job done. They're currently in possession of the time, but Hype Mobility not too far away.
Hydra trying to find their way through. Fixo and Use are going to find some gunfights here. Now just down on Noisy. Can they do anything in this situation? Again, Noisy's finding value. It's a pinstripe kill feed that Hype Mobility will come out on top of. But close spawns for Hydra mean they'll constantly be hitting this over and over again. Hype Mobility will know about it. Hydra just continually trying to find their way through. Yawn up top needs to try and play his life. He's not going to be able to over-aggress from Noisy on the jump up. Hype Mobility now are the ones that get the close spawns though. Hydra are in for a moment. They get about 6 points away. Hype Mobility now back in for the contest. Proxy waits patiently for Fixo to come in for the chow. Like he will pick up that gunfight. And even better here for Hype Mobility, they get the scrap time, they win those gunfights, and now they're starting to win some gunfights on rotation.
Yep, and they're just going to leave Hydra to spawn up all the way to the backside of the warehouse as well. This is phenomenal work out of Hype Mobility just to manipulate the map. You still have players for Hydra lurking around inside of Grandma's. Last alive at this point is Fixo. Has the R9 up top, but how long is he left for this world? The rest of his teammates still spawning all the way in Narnia. And the way that Hype Mobility are just waiting for him to peek to try to give his teammates some assistance, they have broken. Hype Mobility continue to build their lead.
Can't afford to let this one go. If you're Hydra, you need to break this pretty damn fast. If not, Hype Mobility are going to garner some serious momentum early on in this game. They already are. Chagaboo now. Sparrow up top. Pre-fire pretty good. Great communication coming up from his teammates to let him know that there was a player trying to make that jump up happen. Hydra, though, can they break through? Noisy with the claw is going to do a little bit of damage here. Just now one more player to deal with. And yep, Hydra will unearth Hype Mobility. A crucial moment here in this game. Hype Mobility still trying to fight back, though. Proxy purifying the back pocket isn't going to go for it, and I think that should decide this hard point. Hydra needed that time, and they're going to get it.
Yep. This will slowly get them closer towards Hype Mobility's 70-point line so far. So we rotate over towards the bakery. We'll have Hype Mobility here first. A couple operators to play with in between Proxy, who has that equalizer should he want to use it. Well, he's immediately gone. It's the Sparrow for Fixo that opens up here for Hydra, and they utilize this momentum to try to break on it.
Here we go, Hydra attempting it. Dawn gets a couple of kills before being removed from the hard point. Now Proxy just going to be sitting here lying in wait for all the targets to come right into his FOV, but he will only find one. Jumps up at the wrong time. Fixo doubling up with the R9. Noisy now finding a way through as Chagaboo is only able to get one. Hype Mobility have been removed from the hard point, but they do have to close spawns. They can fight right back in. Compa doing exactly that for one kill. Saucy and Noisy combining for two, though. Back and forth here inside the hard point as Hydra continue to send respawns from the close spawn. Hydra can't get anything. Will get three. Hype Mobility now looking for the back 25.
Yeah, sure are. Might just be good for it as well. You got split spawns coming through from Hydra, and the timing is just not equating to them being able to utilize that pinch as Kappa utilizes their Annihilator there to be able to go on a Herculean 4 spree to end this set of hard points. It is going to be about 113 to 67. Hydra got belittled when it came down to the opening break off for this map number one. That was a continuation leading all the way in towards Grandma's hard point, but Hype Mobility able to lean on that with their point lead thus far. Gonna open up this set with a Predator missile, but Hydra currently in possession of Brown, trying to get themselves closer towards this 114 scoreline.
Hype Mobility 40-point advantage over Hydra right now. Hydra going to dominate the kill feed, though. That is the start that they wanted to try and garner control of P1 and map control off the back of that as well. Mobility looking to find a way through. Coldest will open up with the first kill. Keep an eye on number 4 on the minimap. That's Proxy going in for a flanking play. He's going to get read perfectly from Fabuloso, though. Kills around the front also being won by Hydra here. Yawn, though, will contest. Coldest on the other side will find a frag. The spawns all of a sudden flip in Hype Mobility's favor. Again, Hydra might have had a good start to this hard point, but now they're in danger.
Just takes at a moment's notice being able to find that quick 4 dead, and how fast Hype Mobility were able to get themselves on the better side of the map. You still have one player lurking, or did, I should say, and that was going to be Noisy, dealt with over by the gas station. Now look at the setup for Hype Mobility. Got one player Proxy lurking inside of Brown. You got a crossfire setup on the backside of the alleyway. Even if Proxy goes 1-for-1, it's still good information to have.
And no 1-for-1s here, though. Hype Mobility winning every single gunfight. Hydra have one more player in the backline, though. What can they do? Fixo able to pick up one inside the point. Has to open the door now for Hydra to find their way through. Used pre-firing shots towards the smoke. Can he find anything towards the hard point? Proxy and Compa forced up towards the stairs. You take and contest if you're those players at the moment, because you've got those close spawns through. Forced up the stairs are Hydra. They can't get anything done. Hype Mobility at the very least here for Hydra do not have full control of the back alley, but they do have full control of the hard point. And again, that's not good for Hydra considering the lead that is growing right now for Hype.
It's just the firing line that Hydra have to try to slide across to even try to contest this time. 20 seconds are all that remain here at the end of P2, and Hydra is still spawning over by gas. Look at the minimap. Hype Mobility off of the respawn say that's fine. There's only 10 seconds left to gain. Hydra are still spawning back gas. Let's just rotate over towards new, and that's exactly what they do. Hydra have no choice. They have to concede the back 5 seconds just to cut through the middle of the map and try to win these wave of gunfights just to get possession of the time.
You have to make sure you win this rotation if you're Hydra. You have to make sure you take all of these players out of the spawn positions. Proxy's going to use the Predator missile to try and force everybody in towards Grandma's or Kebab. Not really finding much off the back of it, though. Operator's now coming out. Yawn's able to find one. Yawn just bursts in towards the hard point with the claw. How much more can Yawn find? Fabuloso down for the count as well. It does not take long for Hydra to find themselves out of the hard point.
If you're asking what the difference is, what has Hydra been missing this entire map number 1? It's moments like that out of Yawn just to go on an absolute tangent, be able to flip the map back in Hype Mobility's favor to let their lead grow. They're about to be at 200 points before Hydra can even get close to 150. And it's a couple of players that are showing up and just letting their enemies absolutely have it. Yawn, we talked about that acquisition for Hype Mobility, has worked out wonderfully for Coldus to keep his pressure up as well. 10 seconds are all that remain, and Hydra gonna send at least a couple players, maybe try to combat it for what, about 5 seconds, 2 players strong. Hype Mobility don't care, they're already inside a bakery.
And the lead has now grown to a rather unsustainable amount for Hydra. Again, they're relying on these individual players to try and save the day. Player number 4 up top, Fixo, has to play their life for long enough that they can be a distraction, and over on the other side, they're not getting any help whatsoever. There comes a point where you're actually going to need to try and make those individual plays for yourself. Fixo finally going to activate here for the 1 kill, not going to find any more. And now the reinforcements trying to get past Compa with the Annihilator. Finally, they do so, but you're immediately going to have more and more to deal with from Hype Mobility. They've got the numbers to replenish the control of this hard point. For Hype Mobility, they can still finish it here.
Oh, what a read coming through, at least for Coldus to read that Fabuloso actually spawned all the way out. Now you have operators being popped on each side. It's a dueling equalizer inside. The hardpoint proximity is going to be dealt with. On the opposite side, Hydra loses theirs. Still enough time to potentially get themselves closer to 250. Chag smelling blood in the water, pulls out the Sparrow, looking to call game. There's not enough time to close it out here, but Hype Mobility just mere seconds away from doing so.
Oh man, it's just the second half of this hardpoint. Hype Mobility has absolutely been on fire. Hydra have had nothing to say whatsoever, and now they need to be perfect for the remainder of this hardpoint. They still have to fight for that scrap time as well. The grace period now will be about to be over here towards P1. It will pop. Hydra the first team through. For how long though? Hype Mobility already starting to earn gunfights here. Hydra can't get anything done. Hype Mobility a few seconds away from victory here. Hydra, can you find your way through? They're being cut off at the source, and Hype will take map number 1. A close hard point through the first half. The second, I wouldn't want to talk about it if I'm Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say competitive at least through the first set, but I mean, close. It completely got a Walmart's distance in between these two teams. Realistically, halfway through P1, you're starting to see just the overall manipulation and the real benefit from being able to have as much slaying as we did get, specifically for Hype Mobility. GG. Again, we talked about Yawn even going in towards their previous series, going up against Tribe. How important this acquisition was. This guy was ready to push the pace. He came from a team that just placed top 3 in the previous season of Snapdragon Pro Series, and Coldus, well, he's the player that's benefiting from it immediately as the rest of the team is ready to follow suit. They came off of a very, very competitive best of 5 series versus Tribe, and you can tell that was the best warm-up possible to go in such a crucial best of 5 here versus Hydra.
It should be said, this roster has not been together, it feels, for that long, right? Since the whole debacle of, who would be representing Hype Mobility here in Season 5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Hype Mobility come through, they make a couple of changes, they add Yawn and Proxy to the roster since Open Finals, and it looks like this roster has been together for, well, a lot longer than they have. And again, we talked about it, right? First set was competitive. Hydra were involved in that conversation, but as soon as Hype Mobility start taking control of key rotations, start being a lot better at contesting time away from Hydra, the game just starts to run away from me. Here's a look at that scoreboard at the end of the game. The usual suspects, as it were, as Yawn hits 40 kills. Jeez. Over a double positive he goes with almost 2 minutes in the damn kill. Yawn is doing it all right now.
I mean, His name might suggest otherwise, but this guy is very much so awake and alive right now. That is just a nutty scoreline from left to right. I mean, how do you survive for almost 2 minutes inside of the hill and go double positive? Like that is just unruly. I can't, like, through all my years watching Call of Duty and even Call of Duty Mobile, it is very rare to see such a stat line out of that, but just running circles around him so far in that map number 1. Again, a map that they were able to win versus who we say on paper are the #1 team out of North America of Tribe. Can't say that I'm too surprised, but I was expecting a little bit more out of Hydra. Now we go into a search and destroy where we didn't get anything at all. Realistically, besides what, a round and a half out from Mobility GG?
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, here's my thing, right? We go into a search and destroy, and you do kind of have the double-edged sword, as it were, right here, right? Where Hype Mobility, again, they did get absolutely mollywopped by Tribe in the search and destroy. That was a takeoff, but how much of that was Hype playing kind of not well? How much of it was Tribe, just their readjustments, their individual efforts on that map were so difficult to overcome? And then you have the other side of that conversation of, all right, well, how did Hydra get on in their search and destroy versus Nexus? And they still lost it, I would argue, pretty convincingly, but Hydra were in the conversation more. They had a lot more responses. But it's just comparing apples to oranges, right? I mean, Hydra had to play up against Nexus. Hype Mobility had to play up against a Tribe roster that looks so solid in Search and Destroy. What do the strategies look like for these guys when they have to face off against one another? Hydra, the start of this Search and Destroy, immediately recognize that aggression coming out from Chagaboo, and they very swiftly deal with it.
I will say this much for Hydra. In the 4 rounds that they were able to win over Nexus, it was their aggression that really benefited them to be able to gain such superior map positioning. And so far, it's working out for them. And listen, it's firing range. Sniper rifles are certainly going to be there. High mobility definitely got a little bit too antsy for Chag to try to push inside of wood scot-free. So now you find yourself in a 3v5. And the offense is still waiting for more picks to come their way.
Mobility might not have numbers here on the defense, but at the very least, they've got map control. But it is tentative. Yawn needs to do something special here down the A lane. There's number 1. There's number 2. Yawn is lining all these guys up. Even hits the third shot with a pistol, but isn't able to secure the kill itself. Now Colas needs to pick up exactly where Yawn just left off, and he's able to do exactly that. Lines both of those players up and gives Comper a chance for the 1v1.
1v1, sniper off.
What?
And he has the angle towards Showers. Didn't see him past the training dummies. What a read coming through. High mobility gonna strike first, and what a clutch coming through. I mean, if you're Coldest in that situation, you want one player dead to rights, and then you were able to at least win the initial 1v1, had the last player one shot, easy 2-piece. What a W out of High Mobility to start off in a 3v5, being able to win the opening round.
And if you're Hydra, you let that slip through your fingers. You let, I mean, Yawn, then Coldest, then Comper. Close out the round. Comper goes down, though, this time around. Numbers in favor for Hydra once again, although we learned from round number 1, that doesn't mean diddly squat. Hydra, I think they're feeling that as well. They still want more of an advantage before they're making the move forward.
Well, it did work well last time to have a 5v3. Saucy going to be able to find the second on Eon. Still lurking around wood. And if you're trying to execute over towards A, you know you need to clear trailer. There's one player just lurking inside. Proxity. How much can he find?
Getting on the site for Hydra this time around has been significantly easier. No sniper to have to face down. Proxity instead. SMG inside. Saucy's taken Coldest out of the round. Surely this is a round for Hydra. Surely they're able to overwhelm. There goes Chagaby. Proxity will find 1 kill. The Hydra play the numbers game perfectly. This time around, they do not get clutched up on. They're able to take that site.
Yep. Finally, well, the numbers work in their favor that time around. Just making sure that they double, triple swung when necessary. Be able to solidify that offense. What's the adaptation's going to start looking like for High Mobility? Still going to get that aggression out of Chag early, trying to get all the way inside of wood for this first blood. If you can go 1 for 1, let alone take down Saucy, it's a big player to lose, but still going to take Fixo along the way.
Oh, Chagaboo taking a lot of players down with him more. Finds even more value there. Maybe perhaps a little bit egregious as Noisy will trade things out. Down to a 3 versus 3 we go. Now, where do they go from here? Again, it's that exact same situation. Hype Mobility have a very similar setup here on the defense too.
Only problem is here for Hydra. In this 3v3, not only do you have to try to work the map, but you have to somehow find all this information the old-fashioned way. Can't imagine how many throwables you probably have left. Got the cross being watched over towards B out of Yawn, and ready to at least watch mid. One player still lurking inside a trailer, and Compa's just holding the sniper, waiting for the A push should it come this way.
Hydra might have just played the call perfectly here. Free bomb. Could go down over towards B. Ability. Relying on a very long cross. I think they're keeping an eye on this via Proxy and Yawn. Yawn is going to watch the cross. Does he find the frag though? No, he doesn't. Saucy going to take Yawn out of the play. Hydra should be able to get the bomb down now. Compa and Proximity, what have you got? Saucy just continues to blow this round wide open. Blow the doors off. Proxy for a 1v3. Not going to be able to hit the shots on towards Noisy. At the very least, we'll remove Saucy from the round, but that's not good enough. Hydra, second round on the board now.
If you're the first player that's watching that out of high mobility, expecting for the crawl to come through over towards tires, and Saucy just jump chows 2 different angles for 2 different picks in a 3v3. That's doing it the old-fashioned way. Hydra able to take the lead here, albeit by 1. Nade ceremoniously thrown over top center. Gonna barely even tag players, even if they did. Just still looking for this first pick, our Hydra. Trying to slow this down to a snail's pace, but look at the bomb. Being carried by Fixo. Very quickly trying to think about this jungle push. There's only realistically 2 defenders over here.
Yeah, Hydra, I think, just again, trying to fill things out. Looking for a first shot. Yawn just taking some shots down. A. None of them will connect. 45 seconds now. Remove from the route. Hydra need to make a choice as to what they want to do in this situation. A lot of shots being taken from height mobility. None of them actually resulting in any map control whatsoever. You just need something, some kind of kill here to split the difference.
You'd have to expect that Proxy is lurking inside a trailer. He's been here through 3 rounds so far. Don't get too antsy here, son. Just wait. Push is starting to happen over towards A, but the bomb's still looking over by jungle. 1 for 1 inside a trailer. Late nade. Go back over top of trailer. Doesn't cross it. But now the bomb carrier Fixo has joined his comrades. You're running out of time here. It needs to be an A push, you'd fear.
I think it's going to be. The way they're posited at the moment, I think it's probably going to be a B kit. Height mobility have read this one perfectly as well. Reinforcements being sent over. Here we go. Towards the backline. Compa a lot to do. He hits that first shot perfectly. Will get traded out by Noisy. Is it good enough though for Hydra? You've only got 15 seconds and time working against you. It ups the ante. It ups the urgency. You're flying out in towards the open. Fish in a barrel. Chagaboo will go down though. Now 1 versus 2. Noisy again forced with not really much time on the clock to make a bit of an egregious challenge. It does not work. And it is time, I think, was the biggest enemy there for height mobility. Or Hydra.
That sure was. And again, that's such a tough gut check call to try to just say, hey, we just went 1 for 1 inside a trailer. We're going to double back over towards B where we have no information. Allows a tied up S&D here. Round 5 and Yawn is just letting them absolutely have it. You think it's called a fire range. Yawn living up to the name. Finds 2.
And nicely done from Saucy at least. Pick up a kill. I'm going to find more value here. Bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. Should be enough to be able to grab the bomb, perhaps even get it down. I don't know if Proxy's the kind of player to egregiously chow out. He hasn't behaviorally done that before. If anything, height mobility might be relying on the flanking player coming out from Chagaboo. Saucy's watching it like a hawk, though. And again, you know that Proxy's last alive. You know more likely than not where he's going to be coming from. Do even bother getting the bomb down. You just wait for the chow.
They know where he is. The first almost gets the second. I mean, Use lives with a cold breeze and a half, and he was dead. Golly, that double chow couldn't have been any more disjointed, but it works out. Hydra able to get a 1-round lead once again. There's a reason why I talked about Saucy need to be dealt with early on in this round. He's up to 10 eliminations through 5 rounds, Brody.
Hydra look a lot more certain in this round, though. Noisy drawing that first blood is going to send Compa scarpering away from the site. And Hydra Now move over towards A. Have they just played against themselves, though? Proxy might be able to find some value. No, just run straight past the only player he probably could have picked up and instead gets traded out. And now Hydra have played this perfectly. They should have the A bomb site to themselves if they get the bomb down fast enough.
They're looking for it, but they're also looking
no
for a player
way.
to maybe try to challenge through. American, and Jan is here, finds himself 4 in a row, looking for the ace. The last player, Saucy, currently top 10, 2v1. Saucy has a lot of time to try to work this, but not a lot of angles of opportunity, especially with 2 players playing inside a trailer.
And the fact that Yorn is able to turn this round on his head like that. Insanity. Saucy, though. Stellar search and destroy thus far. 11 kills to his name. Can he close out the offensive rounds with 1 versus 2 clutch? A lot to check. A lot of different angles to look for here. On being down, though. Right outside that trailer. It's the biggest issue. Here we go. Saucy looking for the first. Coldest with the egotistical Chow will give him a freebie. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Yorn pre-firing here. Gets stunned up in the situation. Switches over towards a sniper rifle. 1 versus 1 with the sniper. Saucy's going to win it. And Saucy able to take individual 1 versus 1s. Clutches the 1 versus 2. And I'm not sure Hype Mobility will be happy with that.
That was Coldest that ego chow through mid. Why? Just why? You had time just to play inside a trailer. He had to come to you. He was running out of time. Saucy's not the type of person I want to be in a snipe off 1v1 with, and allows Hydra to take themselves a 2-round lead, and now the side has flopped. Proxity's going to find first blood, though. Opportunity for Hype Mobility to get the bomb planted.
This is fast from Hype Mobility. Doing something that even Hydra were not able to do previously. And is off the back of that first blood. Bomb will go down. Proxity's hoping for an egregious challenge here from Saucy, but will Saucy's sniper be quick enough to take him out? Proxy has to hold the angle. Do not fall for it. There it is. Saucy's going to win that engagement. That's the opening here for Hydra to get back on towards the site. Now got to follow up with more. Compa next one on the site. Yeah, Compa's got it done. Couple of kills for him now. Used. Surely not you as well. It's going to be a flanking play actually from Yorn. Compa goes down. Chakabu's there. He is as well. And Cold is removed from the site. The most egregious of kills. And Used is able to follow up with another one. Somehow, some way, Hydra make yet another clutch.
Huh? What the hell just happened, brother? I mean, like, Used finding value with the R9 shotgun. I mean, everybody was starting to get themselves caught in angles. I thought the player inside a trailer surely been able to find that trade on a Use. Not the case at all. And if Saucy's alive, you feel like Hydra's got a chance. Now 2 rounds away from tying up this series. It's going to be another A push. Stuns, nades over the top, but Hype Mobility get first blooded.
Wait, even the odds will be to get that bomb down. You've got to be keeping an eye on trailer, though. Fixo just jumps straight out for the kill. Compa showering out towards Saucy. Some actually wins that gunfight. Colt is going to take Used out towards the middle of the map. Hydra hit. Do not have numbers in this 2 versus 3, but when has that ever mattered?
Fabuloso has had a very quiet S&D so far.
How?
Finds another snipe onto Coldest. That has to be snipers or Saucy's sniper rifle. It just has to be. Noisy dealt with. 15 seconds until detonation. A 1v1. Well, the timing of this peak is everything, and Jan's just going to have the slight little jiggle peak. Fabuloso caught on the hop. Hype Mobility get another round on the board.
Dude, the fact that Hydra even make that close, though. I know that they drew the first blood in the round, but Hype Mobility, off the back of the kills, off the back of the bomb plant, that round was absolutely theirs to lose, and they almost do. Fabuloso, despite having a pretty quiet search and destroy thus far, was the star player in that situation. Now Hype Mobility, different look coming out from them. Last couple of offensive efforts, excuse me. They've tried to make their way over towards A and get that bomb down. This time around, being a little bit more patient with it, a little bit more measured. It's not measured though, losing that first blood to Fabuloso. That is not good whatsoever. It's going to force Hype Mobility into some unfavorable spots. And they have no map control.
Snipers firing off on all cylinders right now. Combined 20 kills between Saucy and Fabuloso. Cosmo make it 21. Here comes the clear inside a trailer, and Chag just immediately dealt with a 2v5 coming up for Compa and Proxity. They've made headway on the A bomb side. That's only because 2 players for Hydra egregiously move their way inside of wood. But once that smoke pops, you know where these players are located at. Maybe one inside of showers, but here comes the plant.
Well, look, High Mobility have taken out 1. Best way you can play this is just play this one together. Bomb is actually planted for them in this situation, though. Bomb has just spotted out Noisy. Nade. It doesn't even matter. It's not even going to nade. It's going to get it done. Used is going to pick him up. Proxy goes down just like that. Yeah, Hype Mobility. Best position they could possibly use, given the situation, given the numbers that were in favor of Hydra, but still, just nothing they could do.
No, nothing at all. I mean, losing the numbers the way that they did, so much map positioning just gained there for Hydra. As soon as they flank all the way inside of wood, you saw the cross being immediately looked at. Saw one player over by the test dummies, but you knew the information was there. Both players trapped inside a trailer. A desperate round coming through High Mobility, trying to stay alive in the search and destroy aggressively through jungle.
Here we go. Hydra looking to get it done here on the defense. Fabuloso not going to draw first blood though. Use, great response coming out from him. Might be right behind these players. I think that might be the play call. Use does exactly that for a couple of kills. Proxy with the trade though. Now down to a 2 versus 2 on the site. Proxy looking for the kill. Good read on towards Saucy. Coldest takes down Fixo. Now Saucy versus Coldest. 1 versus 1. Saucy's proven himself very useful in this search and destroy. 17 kills. He's looking for his 18th to close this S&D out.
Saucy's going to let him plant. But Coldest still thinks that he's hanging around tires. He's going to waste so much time. But Saucy's not trying to act on it. He's just going to wait for the bomb to be planted and trust his gunny. Why wouldn't you? You have 17 eliminations. About 15 with a sniper, 2 with a pistol so far. And now he'll start to move. Coldest still clearing angles. Picked up the bomb. He might be able to work this perfectly, Brody, to try to get over towards A.
Timing might be on his side for the plant. Coldest has to be certain about this, though. Play it. Sure way. He's going to do that. Bomb's going to be planted here for a number of different angles. That's going to make this tough for Saucy to figure out where Coldest has actually gone. But again, COD timing is a horrible thing. Might work against Coldest in this situation to try and keep this S&D alive. Saucy checking every single angle. Here we go. Here's the chow. Coldest is going to win it. Saucy wasn't ready for the fight. And again, it's that bomb plant that does it. Saucy didn't know where to check.
Yeah, I mean, where the bomb was planted from could have very much so been inside a trailer. That was Saucy's immediate reaction to try to clear. Gets all the way through trailer. Could have been inside of American playing a timing. Could have been flanking all the way through showers. Go figure it was the latter that you start to do. And Hype Mobility just barely keeping their heads above water. The aggression over towards B, then flipped in the 1v1 worked out. Now they're trying to get themselves over towards A once again. Nade's not really coming up on top of much information at all. You know this is what it's going to come down to. It comes down to these sniping opening picks. Saucy's been in the lead of that department so far, and that's why Hype Mobility very gingerly trying to work some of this information.
It's so tentative, isn't it? This search and destroy can slip through your fingers by one major error. There it is. Coldest down by Noisy. Fabuloso already on A as well. Yawn pre-firing through the wall, hoping that's where a player has gone. You have to get past Fabuloso. Compa as the bomb carrier looks to be the entry in this situation. You haven't checked Fabuloso on the site. There we go. Compa's going to do it. You have to know somebody's going to be the trailer as well, and somebody on the other side. Smoke going to be down. Surely the response here from Hydra is to have Fixo and Used push the bomb. Saucy dealt with on the flank as well. Noisy able to take one player down. There's that push coming through from Used. There's the push from Fixo. The latter's able to get a couple of kills. Proxy will trade things out. Once again, another 1 versus 1.
Proxity has to still recover the bomb. Look at the time. 30 seconds remains. And Noisy is just going to dip back inside of American. Think that he might go inside of B. The jump comes through Proxity. The nade caused a certain amount of honesty on where he could potentially have gone through. But he's just going to play for the pick.
He doesn't know. He has no idea where he's gone. He only saw him in America, and he had no idea that he went towards tires. And I have a bad feeling this is going to work against Proxity in this situation. He's only got 8 seconds. He has to go and grab the bomb now to get it down. I don't think he's even got time anymore. He's going to go for it. Does he have time to get this bomb down? He's just spotted him out, but it's not to be. Proxity takes too long. Hydra take the search and destroy, and we go 1-1 in this series. We have a match on our hands.
for a very colorful search and destroy. What an anticlimactic conclusion coming through. But again, there's only so much you can do. I mean, for all of you know, last player for Hydra just pops active camo, goes full Houdini mode, and you don't know where he went. Could have very much so gotten back inside a trailer. You didn't have all the time in the world. That's why I pointed it out the first thing in that 1v1. But I will say this much out of Hydra. What little data we did get versus Nexus was actually a decent amount to come in towards the search and destroy. And they were manipulating the map quite wonderfully. Saucy's sniper rifle is the gosh darn truth. I mean, this guy was putting very losable rounds into the most winning situations I've ever seen. We had pop-offs from 2 different sniper rifles. We got a lot out of Yon. We got a lot out of Coldest, surely, but Saucy was the one that is going to walk away with the search and destroy. Rather confident for the map number 3. Hydra definitely will not be back down off of a very steep map 1 loss. Very good here in the map number 2.
What's your favorite sauce, mate? Tomato sauce?
My favorite sauce?
Mayonnaise?
Szechuan sauce.
Oh, I'm a fan of this sniper sauce. Beautifully done in that game from Saucy. I think, what, 18, 19 kills is what he has to finish with off the back of that. Just honestly insane. I think especially in some of those early rounds, I thought maybe Hype Mobility could try and throw some decent looks at Hydra in towards their offensive efforts. And I mean, damn, they definitely tried, especially on the first couple towards A. But Hydra able to clutch up time and time again. Just looks so damn good in Search and Destroy. And again, I think we asked the question right. I mean, were Hype Mobility struggling in Search and Destroy against Tribe because they were the ones, you know, making errors, making mistakes? I don't think they were. This is now the second Search and Destroy in a row where they've just simply been outplayed by the team they were playing. Hydra just looks so good in S&D.
Yeah, I'll say 17 in 7 out from Saucy. Takes double positive to the moon. And just what we were gassing Yon for back in the map number 1, Saucy says, hold my apple juice. I'll do it here in the firing range, Search and Destroy. Golly, what a performance out from Hydra. Went back and forth to really start things off, and then Hydra really started cooking with their aggression. And it's the same thing that I highlighted when they were going up against Nexus on Tunisia. It comes to fruition here in the map number 2. And I love that point that you brought up. How much was it just going up against Tribe, a very dominant force, and how many was those rounds just being exploited by Hype Mobility, kind of getting punched in the face for a lot of these rounds. So many first bloods going in Hydra's way. Did not keep count, but I'd say that probably the majority were going their way for sure.
Well, Hype Mobility lose that Search and Destroy. Hydra able to tie the series up at 1-1. That means we do have yet another Arsenal as the swing game here in this best of 5. Oh boy, we love to see it. And honestly, again, I have no idea how this one is going to go given the controls that we saw earlier on today. But it is worth saying, Hydra got 3-0'd in their control. That was an Arsenal control. Hype Mobility forced Tribe to a round 5. So there is a very stark difference between these teams' earlier controls.
I think it mostly just comes through for Respawn. It's the same conversation we had going into the standoff map number 1 when we're just looking at the tail of the tape in between these two teams, is that the slaying surely might be there for Hydra at certain moments of time, but it is consistent when it comes down to this Hype Mobility team going up against Tribe Gaming. Even in the losing fashion that we saw there on the Hackney Yard map number 4, they were still slaying with some of the best, and I think that that was a continuation that we got in the standoff map number 1. And I think you're kind of nervous if you are a fan of this Hydra roster that we are going over towards raid for control, because this is a very loose map to where SMGs can go unnoticed, where timings might go unchecked. Hydra really need to be on their toes here going up against Hype in this swing map mode combo.
All right, well, is it a Respawn thing? We're going to have the answer to that question here in just a second. Proxy has the answer, it would seem, right off the rip. Hype Mobility wasting no time, dispatching with Hydra at the start of this game. Only 2 kills going by Hydra, and now going to be 3. Hype Mobility not so certain on this B push anymore. They've got a backup plan in a player over by A, but the vast majority of the gunfight still being won by Hype Mobility over towards B. Fabuloso and Saucy, though, offer some resistance, and now they might need that backup plan. Coldest chilling in from behind. What can he find? He's actually going to find Fixo here, so this is very disruptive to Hydra.
Yeah, good discipline and choice of direction coming through from Coldest. Back through the wheelbarrow window, finds a kill inside of Kitchen. I mean, that opens up the A site now. So first segment's going to be locked in over towards A. Now Hydra is starting to scramble on how they can even try to get themselves back over towards the A control zone.
Gunfight's being won by Hydra here, though. Hype Mobility, fair play on the actual strategy, but execution's just not that great right now. Hydra are outgunning them. The start of this round was all Hype Mobility. Towards the second half of this round, though, Hydra have really stepped things up. Now they've got map control. Hype Mobility forced to spawn towards that bedroom site. Hydra, you're okay with this. You've got Saucy just sniping down long. Now you've got help as well coming through. Hype Mobility need to choose an exit plan right about now, and they just can't win any of the fights. Houston Fabuloso full control over our Hype Mobility now down by 8 lives. They are stuck in their spawn with 25 seconds to go.
This is such a fantastic opening break. Has only accrued to 3 segments, and once you know it, they're not on the same zone, so you won't get 60 seconds, and you'll lose more map positioning soon to follow. Hydra can simply do no wrong off of these reprising gunfights. A big one for Compa inside of red, but just a moment's too late and a few lives too short. 1v13?
Nah.
All right.
Not with 2 seconds left, mate. Not unless you're Barry Allen. That's not happening. Yawn's going to get cut short, and Hydra will finish the round with 13 kills. And it was a promising start to that round for Hype Mobility, right? I mean, the way in which they played B, the way in which they had Coldest as kind of that backup plan towards A. But as soon as they lost that wave of gunfights, just no map control whatsoever.
Unless you're Barry Allen. That's good. That's a good one right there. I'll add that one to the list for later. But now you have an operator ready to rally behind if you are used, but the car explosion will be the first blood. That allows for at least Hype Mobility to get further map positioning, but the trade game is what you always have to look at for this opening break. Will favor the boys in blue for the time being. They do have ring control.
Hype Mobility here on the defense. Looking to try and put a stop to Hydra. Compa's going to get the double up. Now Proxy on the point as well. Can they do anything? Coldest is just continuing his reign of terror over on this point. Surely not yet another kill. Used will barely survive the fight. Keeps Hydra involved around B. Chagga be pre-firing every single angle but where the players are. Used will pick him up at the back of that as well. Hydra don't really have too much to be concerned about round B at the moment. Used continues to pick up gunfights. He's been stunned up, but the third tick's about to be through. And if you're Hype Mobility, you can see it on the map. They have given up control. Extra 60 seconds on the board. Predator Missile comes down. Used now knows exactly where to look for all of these players.
And this was exemplified by Hydra in that map number 1, even versus Nexus. Their ability to understand that they have such an advantage when it comes down to resources, and the way they start using that. They captured that B zone. Predator Missile followed up. Look at the map positioning now out of Hydra. Got themselves inside a kitchen, but the gunfight soon after, majority were won by Hype Mobility, who find themselves now only down by 2 lives. They have steadily reset themselves here for this A defense.
Hydra. Where do they go from here? Big gunfight to win there for Yawn to take down Saucy towards that laundry side. Now this becomes one-dimensional for Hydra. Never count them out, though. They can always find these gunfights, and they've got a fair bit of utility on side to work with if they want to. 3 lives to the good in this situation. Over 60 seconds to get it done, and they're already starting to push the line through Tiki. Kills, though, going in favor of Hype Mobility. Proxy's going to take down Used. Hydra sent back towards the respawn point, but Hype Mobility do not have anybody in towards bedroom side. Hydra here, able to continue to respawn towards bedroom. They will hit this over and over again. Now we're going to start to see some of that investment coming through. Saucy with the War Machine. What can he get done? Looking for kills. Will find Proxy. Fixo following up another one as well. Hydra, they're here.
There's one player inside of the Tiki bar as well. Well played by Yawn, and has some assistance as well. It's these smokes that keep coming through that makes this so dicey for Hydra to try to work their way across the pool side. Compa's going to pull out the Annihilator. Yawn's still working this Tiki control, and it's another wave of gunfights that go Hype's way. Now no respawns remaining for Hydra.
Yeah, gunfights being won as well. Yawn will double up. Hydra should be done in this round now. 20 seconds left, unless Fixo and Noisy can pull off the 2 versus 8. Former goes down. Noisy will find 1 and no more than that. So Hydra make Hype Mobility look a little bit scared in that round, but in the end, it is Hype that come out on top. Defensive held strong towards the back half of these rounds thus far.
Another good look for Hydra, the way they started off. That entire offense got on towards the B site. No operators, then started dipping their toes inside the resource pool. So only 3 segments tied up a piece here between these 2 teams. A bit of a change coming through here for Hype Mobility. They want to work their way over towards A, and Hydra a little late to understanding this. I mean, they're starting to work their way through open stairs now. Noisy's going to lead the way with the claw. Noisy's got 1 player dead to rights inside the box. Just trying to get the gunfight win inside of bedroom. Yawn's Predator Missile helps his teammates stay alive, but an expensive opening does not yield the utmost result that either of these 2 teams are realistically looking for.
Yeah, the start of the round hasn't been really that convincing for either team. Hype Mobility trying to find their way on towards B. Backup plan towards A has been shut down. So Hype Mobility now need to make this B hit work. Closely on the other side with the sniper rifle. Deadly in the search and destroy. Can he be deadly here in the control? No. Going to get shut down. Hype Mobility first tick through over by B. Still looking to deal with the players that are trying to spawn trap them, though. Another one of those was going to be Fixo. He's going to get shut down towards Sig. Gunfights now being won by Hype Mobility towards B. Hydra have players in towards the Laundry side. They stop dead in their tracks, though. They do not want to push this one. Chakabu taking shots through the wall. B is gone. Hype Mobility content with the start of the round.
And they have two operators to try to pop in between Chakabu and Proxity if they want to try to swing this favorably on transition. Might not have the opportunity anymore, especially with Compa being dealt with over inside a kitchen. Coldest does find one over by open stairs, but has one player to be worried about inside of bedroom, not to mention the player over by the A control zone itself. So to the drawing board we go for Hype Mobility as they trail by 2 lives.
I do like this adaptation coming out from Hydra. I've often critiqued players for teams from not having players towards bedroom side to force the team on the offense to spawn all the way out. Hype Mobility, though, focused on the push through Laundry side. Already picking up gunfights as well. Yawn going to bring out the claw for some kills. He's found one. Compa able to follow up with another one as well. Hype Mobility here, forcing Hydra to reapproach how they're looking at this offense, or defense, excuse me. Fixo and Fabuloso going to get the kills, though. Hype Mobility here, going to still have to work for this. Chakabu now with the Sparrow. What value can he find? This Hype Mobility looked for a way through. That back spawn push did not work out how they wanted.
I mean, Chag had to hit the brakes, even with the Sparrow, wanted to work that pinch all the way past to the back stairs of the basketball court. Now has to try to work some of these kills. This will help his team get a little bit further forward. Goes 1 for 1, takes himself out of the equation, but also loses Compa along the way. So back to just kitchen and money window control, but you still have youth that's existing over through top and bottom bedroom, just playing for timings and more kills. Might need to prize himself out from such a hidey hole, as now Hydra are out of any response. 5v5 with 15 seconds remain.
Hype Mobility could lose this round. Hydra winning all the gunfights, and yeah, they should lose this round now. Yawn and Coldest are split up. There goes Yawn. Coldest 1 versus 5. One down, gets pushed from behind. Noisy secures yet another defensive round here for Hydra. So many of these are coming down to the wire. Hydra able to hold strong.
Really got to say that's a job well done out of Hydra, even off of the transition, losing the B control zone, being able to stabilize the flank all the way through jungle, making sure the Hype Mobility could not transition scot-free with any operators that they had at their disposal. Fabuloso going to start off this round here with an Annihilator and just goes flying all the way through pillars with the smoke. So going to keep him rather honest. Knows that one player's inside of Laundry. Had a good look at maybe Coldest as well, but here comes Use with the Predator Missile to try to build a little bit more oomph behind this B push. Already working on the first segment, but nothing captured quite yet.
These teams have been so successful at capturing B early on, especially with Fixo pushed all the way up towards Laundry and Sniper watching in the middle of the map as well. Hydra might be more than successful here. They might be able to get B and, of course, plant themselves a nice flag on A as well. Saucy through money window, misses some shots with the pistol, able to finish off Compa in the end, though. Fortunately, he will fall. So I was talking about potential plan moving forward here for Hydra to move all the way towards A, but I think as some of the players that were the advanced guards do go down now, they're going to have to work a little bit harder for it.
Yep, sure will. The life discrepancy as well for Hype Mobility. Not a really comfortable place to be sitting at. And Hydra have operators to really put a final nail in this swing map mode combination on control. We'll have to see what they're able to do. A lot of mid-map actually given up, but a timing here for Chag, not going to be the case at all, as they are dealt with. A 2-for-1 trade so far, now 3 is Saucy, able to find 2 more with a sniper rifle.
I talk about that life disparity. It continues to grow right now. This is dangerous for Hype Mobility here. This is the biggest danger they've been in so far. This control. Saucy is hitting every single shot with the War Machine, continuing to do damage to the lives for Hype Mobility. Down to the final 11. Noisy now going to bring out the claw as well. What do Hype Mobility have as a response to this? Not much map control. Hydra have got themselves in towards kitchen side. It's a threat that Hype Mobility need to deal with now. Fixo can't find anything with the Sparrow just yet. Chakabu's going to take Goose down. Trade coming through from Saucy. Saucy finds a couple of kills. Hype Mobility now backs well and truly against the wall. Pressed up against it. Only 7 kills left.
Use does have an operator. But the final nail in the coffin, but Kampa's Annihilator itself is going to be called out immediately just to try to stabilize the situation. 14v6. So very winnable for Hype Mobility, albeit down by so many lives. And Proximity going to be able to find 2 more. Should at least sustain kitchen control for now. 50 seconds remain.
And you say winnable. You really do have to be pixel perfect here if you're Hype Mobility. Can't lose a single important gunfight. Here's the big one. Saucy. Big player here for Hydra. Fixo gonna win his towards the middle of the map. Fabuloso following up with another one. Every single gunfight's going the way of Hydra. Proximity the only one with anything to say, and they're gonna get shut down. Tagabu, despite having the Sparrow, it's not gonna be enough to pull off a 1 versus 9. We went defense for the first 3 rounds. Hydra finally break serve and take that control.
Yeah, they sure do, and it's all off of some really good fundamentals backed up by a high-octane amount of slaying coming through for Hydra as well. This is everything that we actually got from them in that map number 1, but was kind of missing in that map number 3 versus Nexus, albeit Arsenal compared to Raid. Very stark differences in between the 2 maps, but it's still control. It's still a respawn. Hydra just completely blew Hype Mobility out of their water, and to be frank, Hype Mobility did have a good opportunity to have a better chance to be able to win that first offense had they just completed the segments on B. Instead got a little egregious, try to get themselves over towards A. We very much so could have been loading into a round 5 as we speak, but not the universe we live in at all. Hydra slaying on top of good teamwork, on top of just resource manipulation when they had the advantage state. It was just so good, just trying to show that they can hang with the best.
Solid control coming out from Hydra again. Got to give Hype Mobility some credit because they were staying competitive. They were able to win at least one of their defensive rounds, and they also made it pretty close here on round number 3 as well. They brought Hydra down to the final set of lives, but this was the round in which Hydra were able to walk away with a victory. Just too hot to handle there, winning it on lives, and we can see that slaying discrepancy as we go towards the final scoreboard as well. Youst finishes at 30 and 17, almost double positive, but everyone is doing their part. Fabuloso and Saucy, shout out to those guys as well, as Hydra outslay Hype Mobility for the W.
Yeah, again, the slaying discrepancy is something that we're going to have to study for generations to come, because Coldest, compared to what we got on the map number 1, was a non-benefactor here. Yon, I wouldn't say got suppressed, still went 21 and 17, but the amount of impact just simply was not there comparatively to what Hydra had. And maybe it could be a momentum shift as well. I mean, we talk about how it's a swing map mode combination all the time here in Call of Duty Mobile for that raid control to go in such a way for Hydra. Now we have to look at this, well, Hackney Yard hardpoint. Again, it's seemingly undeniable when it comes down to today as we get 3 Hackney Yards on the docket and we get to play them all.
Hackney Yard hardpoint A, we're going to get to see it once again, and this is something we've seen from both teams today. Of course, Tribe took it away from Hype Mobility earlier on. It was the hardpoint in which, well, towards the second half of the game, Hype Mobility just lost all their hype and all their mobility, and we saw Hydra go head-to-head with Nexus on this earlier on today as well, and they pushed Nexus to the brink. So we're seeing both competitive rosters, but Nexus, or Hydra, excuse me, look better of the two. Again, though, apples to oranges, very different opponents. What does that really mean as we go in towards this one? Who knows, man? And it's also worth pointing out as well, Hype Mobility did manage to take map number 1 hardpoint away from Nexus, Hydra in this best of 5, excuse me. So Hype Mobility, man, I mean, they've got to win this one. They've got to have another hardpoint victory here. Otherwise, their tournament, their Snapdragon Pro Series lives are done and dusted. Hydra, ready to overwhelm. They've embedded themselves into this matchup. Ready to go. Hype Mobility, can they clutch up here?
Must win map number 4 for Hype Mobility to force the Tunisia search and destroy map number 5. Again, Hydra, what they were able to do versus Nexus, just not only keep up with the slaying, but also the same thing that we've gassed them for that map number 3. And that's just the resource advantage that they continuously utilize in such a high regard. So holding on to that side of the map, have 2 players strong out of Hydra, looking to at least keep P1 scrappy. Fixo staying alive for a long time here.
Fixo's doing a really good job with that inside. P1 right now, sucking up a lot of time for Hydra. Hype Mobility have to be careful about this already off the start of this game. They're giving up a lot of time to Hydra on P1. They're also losing the rotational battles towards P2. With 15 seconds left here, you can see the map, the way the Hype Mobility are playing this one. They have to completely transfer themselves straight over towards P2 right now. They have to win some of these gunfights, and it's just not happening. Hydra winning every single one, but one Lone Ranger has got in behind enemy lines. It's Proxity, and I don't think that Hydra quite are aware of it. Proxity has played his life for long enough here. Now needs to activate, go off and pick up some kills. He's done exactly that. There's the one against Noisy. He has given Hype Mobility some control over Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, while Hydra was still battling over by P1, you actually had Proxity that spawned back behind the blue fence, so was able to at least get inside of that corner, but Hydra were able to finally deal with them. Now you got Compa in the same exact corner, just keeping things really interesting for Hydra because they need to try to deal with this player while also dealing with the reinforcements that are working across the entirety of the map, and they're able to do the entirety of all of that. 28 seconds left to fight over here on P2. And if you're Hype Mobility, you might just do well to chalk this and try to set yourself up all the way across the map.
It's so difficult. Fair play to Hype Mobility for taking some time away from Hydra on this hard point. Fair play to them for giving Hydra a tough time of it, but that is not a nice sight at the end of the second hill on this map to give Hydra what is going to be a 60 to 70 point advantage. They need to have a solid next hill. They can't allow Hydra to come in for the contest. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case. Jorn and Proxity going to win the first couple of gunfights here. That's a rogue spawn and a half, though. You can see Noisy spawning in behind enemy lines. It's a good read coming through from Compa, actually, that play did manage to get through. But individual here on from Hydra to try and break early control of this hill here, Randy. Now we're already starting to see some of the operators. Hydra, they're starting to find kills here. This is dangerous Hype Mobility.
Yeah, you can see the visible comms actually coming through for Hype Mobility, at least how they're reacting on the mini-map, but then it just comes to utmost chaos, but the kill feed is that much more favorable for Hype Mobility, and the smoke inside of the hardpoint makes things a little bit more dicey, but Hydra, so close spawns coming through over by that green building, over by P5, currently getting inside of the time, which is more damning for Hype Mobility than it is anything. I mean, they had such a stellar setup, and they were looking to maybe get themselves some really good time, but Hydra break back in just when Hype Mobility thought that they were driving this whip. Not the case at all. Hydra yoinked the steering wheel right back.
Hype Mobility just trying to get some kind of control over this game right now. Not really able to, and now the rotation looks like it might be running away from them as well. Use finds a couple of kills. Will have to play his life just a little bit longer. He is currently surrounded by players from Hype Mobility through the middle of the map, though. Maybe he does have the assistance he requires. Used with the equalizers. Sat inside the new hard point. Saucy able to find a couple of kills. How much damage can he do? No, Proxity on the other side is actually going to win that equalizer versus equalizer battle. Now Hydra on the other side, though, have more to go. It's Fixo here with the Sparrow who finds a couple of kills. Hydra, they're in for this time. At this point in the game with a 100-point deficit, Hype Mobility need to find a way through.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, all this time, you definitely need, if you are Hype Mobility, to even try to sniff a comeback in this first set of hard points. Hydra are just letting you absolutely have it. Gravity Vortex gun out of Fabuloso, just trying to find where these players are located at. Shutting down the staircase. Proxity, where'd you think you were going, buddy? Fabuloso gonna take you down. 20 seconds still left to fight over here inside of the office building for P4. And Hydra just relentlessly setting numbers at it because they can. Hype Mobility will finally get the last kills required. They should secure this back 10 seconds, but Hydra spotting well away from this P5. Gonna have to play for this rotation. Hype Mobility showing up in the kill feed at a moment's notice.
Again, how many times are we going to say this here in this hard point as we go to the final hill of this set? Hype Mobility need to hold. They cannot be broken here, as they have been for the last 2 to 3 hard points in a row. A good start from Hype Mobility. Exactly what we wanted to see. Full yellow kill feed from them. Hydra are going to have a really tough time just getting past. It's so difficult, given the kind of setup of this hill. Maybe Fabuloso has sound the route, though. Up top he goes. Yep, nice pistol on towards Coldest. Now from up top, looking for more damage against Jorn. Is able to get yet another kill here. He opens the door for Hydra to find their way through now. They were momentarily distracted by him. Now Hydra, the assault on the hard point. Fixo and Use combine for 3. Fabuloso takes Jorn down. Hydra looking for the back 30, and they should get it.
Compa up top, gonna be able to find 2 immediately traded. You still have a little bit of a skirmish happening here for the back 15 seconds at the end of the first set of hard points. Hydra have let Hype Mobility absolutely have it, and the War Machine will be the final say, I'm sure, towards those back 10 seconds. What a first set of hard points coming through from Hydra. Almost every single time that Hype Mobility had some semblance of a setup, Hydra were right there to break it down. Measly 78 points, but still not out of it yet. Could potentially do the same thing that you had happen to yourself, as you are on the better side of this rotation for Hype Mobility. They still need to try to dance for this P1 time.
Do not underestimate height mobility here in this instance, though. Needs to make sure you don't give them this time. It won't be long before they're back in the game. Saucy and Noisy, though. Couple of kills between them. Now just Chagaby left up as Coldest goes down. Chagaby trying to play his life outside the hard point. He gets hunted down, and Hydra just continue to find a way in towards these hard points. Every single time that height mobility look like they've got some traction, they immediately go off track. Hydra now in control of this hill. It's 20 seconds you have to fight for. You have to send resources to this.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Fixer's going to pull out the Sparrow and immediately dealt with as well. So won't be able to utilize that to try to hold on to all this time. And a good way of gunfights to win for yourself if you are high mobility. Because not only do you try to secure the back scrap time, but now you have yourself set up over by P2. It's just about holding down these spawns. Set up a little bit of a crossfire. Do not let Hydra pass this blue fence. And you might be able to get yourself a full 60 here and well back into this map number 4.
Yep, that's the key to victory now for Hydra. Hold this. Or high mobility, excuse me. Hold this. Do not let Hydra in towards this hard point. You've got the setup. Spawn out coming through from Prox team might actually be beneficial to Hydra here in this situation. Can they find any value? Hydra have already gotten past that front line. Looking for Hydra. Getting it done right now. Looking for a way through. They're picking up the gunfights. Fabuloso and Yu's going to bring out the operators in this situation. Now looking for kills outside of the kill. What great trust between all of these Hydra players as Yus finds a couple of kills. He has trust in his teammates to pick up those gunfights. He has trust that he doesn't need to get involved with the equalizers. He can zone players off, and Hydra have broken the time away from height mobility.
Still got one more player to be worried about if you are height mobility. Currently lurking around up top was Kappa. Dealt with, though, a claw towards the end of this rotation is going to be pulled for Noisy. That should secure the back 15 seconds. And height mobility are still sending members towards this hard point. And look at player number 1 in blue. Saucy, he's already past the office building. Look for height mobility or spawning. It's split all the way across the map. This is a big 1v1 for the rotation, and Saucy's going to be able to win it. Now you're playing off the back foot even more so if you are height mobility. 218 to 132. What do you have left in the tank if you are height mobility?
Has to be perfect. And at the very least, the smoke from Use doesn't land where he wants it to. This is a very difficult hill to hold regardless of what happens. And you're going to utilize your operators to try and zone off Hydra. Coldest not going to find much with the War Machine up top. Now here comes the path that's been opened up for Hydra to make their way towards the point. Fixo finds one with the R9. You're taking time away from height mobility in this instance. They're fighting back again. Those close spawns for height mobility will give them continual shots at this time. Continual shots at this hard point and continual shots at map control. Smokes, though, give Hydra the coverage for the contest. Use now towards the kill will find one. Has opened the door for Noisy. Perhaps to find some of this time. Yawn on the point will find one. Height mobility, though, they're not getting the time that they wanted here, Andy.
No, surely not. 10 seconds all of the fight over. Noisy's going to get the last laugh on the time. Coldest needs the challenge, but he's one shot. Chag going to pull out a Sparrow to try to secure this rotation inside the office building. We will go once again. Where are our equalizers ready to go? Kampa's going to open things up with the Annihilator. Chag towards the end of P3. We'll find 2. Split spawns occurring currently for Hydra, but high mobility desperately need to hold on, and they're running out of resources to try to do so.
Yeah, there's a few different win conditions here for Hydra, of course. They can keep on hitting this one, but as long as they hold on towards rotation, towards new, they should be good for that backup plan. I think they want to go for plan A, though. Get it done on this one. Use might have found the perfect route in towards the hard point, completely uncontested. He does get shut down by Yorno. Fixo and Saucy come through for the couple of kills. Hydra have broken in towards the hard point. Height mobility here, not able to do anything. Fixo firing out these arrows to outside the hard point. Hydra have done it. They've broken in towards the time. All the utility coming down from the heavens now. You cut off one head and 2 more will take its place. Hydra continue to survive as height mobility go down 3-1 and are eliminated from the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I mean, got 3-0'd by Nexus for what? It was not a fluke. They looked pretty damn good on Hackney Yard Hardpoint, and I think that was the solidification of it right there with a map 4 stamp over mobility. That is insanity incarnate. Again, it was every single time that you had a realistic setup, maybe besides one hard point out of height mobility, that got systematically dismantled by Hydra. And just go back to that P2 that we were talking about, how height mobility needed a full 60 on, Brody. They had just about a perfect setup, but the moment that they saw 3 players for Hydra working towards blue fence, the pressure over towards Graffiti, over by the dumpster hop, immediately dissipated as the 2 players were able to complete that pinch. And then you saw the snowball effect, and you called it perfectly, that the operators trusted themselves. One stays to lurk to secure the time. The other gets more space past Graffiti over inside of office. And it is just a continuation of the narrative that Hydra not only are a very good team, at least being able to find as many kills as some of the others, but their operator usage, their fundamentals are at a different level that are catching a lot of teams off guard, much like how we saw Nexus early on today in our opening best of 5 on this very venue. Hydra are definitely turning a lot of heads as they continue on here in this bracket for Group B.
Man, insane. Honestly insane from Hydra. Here's a look at the final scoreboard at the end of the game. Shout out to Saucy. He has had an insane series. Of course, we look towards the Search and Destroy. I think, again, I want to see what he finished on. I can't remember, like 17 or 18. Something redonkulous. Comes into this hard point and has a stellar performance as well at 40 and 33. Wasn't the kill guy, though. Fixo is that guy. How insane is it that Fixo was just basically the hill kitten for the entire game? Almost 3 minutes 30. But you know what? Doesn't matter. He gets it done.
Man, I am really impressed with what Hydra just brought to the table there after their matchup against Nexus. I think that Hype Mobility had moments and opportunities where they showed that they could be good and they almost were able to bring some of their mistakes back. But in the end, Hydra stay alive. They'll be now waiting in this lower bracket to see who they'll face off against when it comes to Group B. So congratulations to Hydra. And I can't wait to see what happens next time around. I mean, that was a really fun day of back and forth matches. Things were a lot closer across the board than I think we were initially expecting here, Brody.
Absolutely. Again, I think we just didn't really know what to expect from Hype Mobility and Hydra, right? And how competitive would they be against Nexus and Tribe? And they both gave us incredibly close games, albeit the series did not go the distance in either of them. They look like competitive teams. And to a certain extent, it has to be said, I think Hype Mobility feel almost like victims of the GSL format, right? Because if we were in a round robin format here like last season, we would have seen more of Hype Mobility. We would have seen what they were like against the teams in Group A, and they wouldn't be out this early on. So I do feel bad for them to a certain extent, but I'm so happy that they were competitive in the way that they were. And to me, at least from my perspective, there is a genuine chance that regardless of who Hydra face, whether it be Nexus or Tribe Gaming, whichever team does not qualify in that matchup, they should not underestimate Hydra. Hydra are still an incredible team and they can definitely take them down.
I think that, you know, you're talking about victims of being the GSL bracket. We saw a similar situation to Truly last time around when we got to look at Group A, right? So these teams just kind of need to adapt to this new format when it comes to the challenge portion, the regular season of the challenge portion of the competition, knowing that they don't have as much time as we used to have when it was round robin, that they really need to figure out their opponents quickly early on. And if they're not doing something right, they need to adapt in the moment. I think it's going to breed some really tough competitors the longer we go with SPS here, forcing them to be able to prepare that much more thoroughly and be able to make changes in the moment. So far, though, it's been a really fun region across the board in NA proper.
Yeah, no, it sure has been. And again, just to kind of echo your point there as well, in between now and then, whenever you do have to face either Tribe or Nexus, that's a lot of time for scrims. That's a lot of time for VOD because your control cannot be at the same level as we saw versus Nexus. It needs to be the way that what we just saw happen versus High Mobility if you are a Hydra. Either way, I think that North America is set itself up for exactly what we were asking for it to be. Very, very electric, and not to mention just raising a lot of question marks on which is going to be the best team to represent North America when it comes down to Worlds or whatever happens when we have inter-regional or cross-regional matchups, I should say. So yeah, definitely a lot more questions to be raised and definitely a lot more excitement to be had.
And now we're officially at the halfway point for NA when it comes to the regular challenge season. So if you guys want to follow along for the rest of the season, if you want to see challenge finals or anything that happens, obviously moving forward from there all the way through to World Championship in the fall, follow us on social media, whether that's X, Insta, or Facebook. That way you can keep yourselves up to date on everything that we've got going on. You can catch up if you've missed anything leading up to this point. You can also see what's going on in some of our other regions, or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, of course, and continue getting all of those updates. And one final reminder here for you guys, if you haven't done so already, you'll see a QR code pop up on your screen. Scan that with your mobile devices, and let us know your thoughts on SPS so far, what you love, areas think we could improve. We just want to hear your thoughts on everything that we've been doing here so far. And when you do that, you'll be entered in to win a $100 gift card. It's quick, it's easy, and we'd love to hear from all of you at home. But Group B is now officially halfway done with their own side of things, with Tribe and Nexus sitting at the top, which means next week, which will be July 20th, we will go back to Group A's side of the bracket, and we will actually be sending our first 2 teams through to the challenge final. So obviously make sure you tune back in then to see how all of it plays out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to all of you at home for watching. We'll see you next week.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
you.